in case anybody watches this on a replay or whatever, or they're already here. I'm working on my computer. I need to take it apart and put in a replacement water cooler because the replacement from Corsair just came in. First, I have to get some information off of YouTube to promote the stream, otherwise my friends won't know I'm streaming. Okay, where do I start? First of all, it says I'm streaming here, so I have to go to a new tab. Double check. Check. Yes, my voice is working. So go to my channel. You actually have to start streaming and wait like 15 seconds. And then go to your own channel. That's the only way to get it. Is my Patreon logged on? Yeah, it is. I don't want to do that right now. Where's the create? They have a skinny thing on the left. Instead of having the create button like up in the middle, like every other thing in the world has. And when a button to upload an image right in the middle, I have to like fight it. What is this Bing thing? Show me the file browse. Oh, I think I had this problem last time I tried to stream from this computer. Let's try opening up another. Stop doing it. You ever have the problem where it just did something. You open a new program and it's flashing in the taskbar, and it will not let you use that program until you click it in the taskbar. I'm gonna drop an image on this time instead. $G video. Oh, I can't. I have to download it out of. I just realized the computer that I made the thumbnail on is right here. It's turned off. I can't remote into it to get it. Come on, Patreon, stop fighting me. Next. Public. Publish. Now, let's do thing on my phone. Where I gotta load up the YouTube app. Go to my thing. See if anybody's in chat already. Skip the ad. I want to see who's in chat. Nobody's in chat. Alright, set that down. Now go self-promo in Discord. Wrong thumbnail. Even Discord won't let me upload a file. It's just hanging. It's not pulling the cache thumbnail off the YouTube server. Facebook loaded the right thumbnail. But both Patreon and Discord, this time and yesterday, loaded my thumbnail from last time. Anybody in chat yet? Nope. I'll send some DMs. In Patreon. Or not Patreon. In Discord. Oh, finally. I DM'd somebody in Discord, and it finally pulled a new thumbnail. How many minutes have I been streaming before YouTube is allowing websites to pull the new thumbnail? Let me see. There's the number. 7 minutes. All right. Hey, boyo. I had to set the filter to all so it doesn't hide people. Check it out though. I was able to put the side panel back on my computer for the first time in a long time because enumerating hard drives was actually working on my new motherboard. Now I have to pull it all apart. Not all apart, but take all that off. I think I'll get to work on the computer now. And I'm streaming from a spot where I got my laptop on the counter in the kitchen instead of from the other way because my son is here, but he's not feeling good, so he's laying down. Just chilling on his phone. It's cool. It's whatever. And you said burp in chat. So right now, we're going to use that camera. And I'll get rid of this keyboard for now, so I don't need it. And this keyboard needs to be up here so I can toggle the cameras. And my phone can go right there. Oh, I need to self-promo text message people. There's some people that work Thursday evening, so I don't see my normal stream. So let's see. I'll send it to Charlie too, so he can randomly say stuff in chat, even though he's right there. And then this one friend, I know she's available on Fridays. Am I logged into Instagram? Should I even waste my time with that? Nah. Let's go back so I can see OBS. Yup, said Charlie. I wonder if y'all will be able to see this. There is an interesting thing about this side of my computer right over here on this side. So let's see if I can get a good angle. Which is, I have custom lighting behind the panel all around that's plugged in to here. I have to unplug it every time I take the side panel off. All right. See that? And I used fan cable extensions to do it. And because I built this computer before RGB came out, so there's the LED strips going along the sides. This is where my custom cables go up into it and start. In every corner I have points where they're soldered. But they're the kind of LED strips that go under your car if you do that kind of thing. I'm not really into that, but because they're 12 volts and computer lights are 12 volts. With the 3M two-sided tape to hold it down. What's up? If you ever want to talk random smack at me, I do have the other mic. He just smiled. And on the back of the computer, I'll put my finger where it is so I can see if I'm in frame or not. There are switches that I cut the case and put custom switches to turn on and off all my lights. 2 of them are hooked up to cold cathodes at the top of the case. Shut up, Ad. I'm trying to watch chat. Okay. Welcome, welcome, people. I see I got 4 people watching, but I don't know who they all are. My Merkwadjura already fell out. I call it the Merkwadjura because that's what it said on the box. MRQJRH or some crap was a model name of this stand that I have to hold up the GPU. And I'm like, you are henceforth known as the Merkwadjura. This is the Merkwadjura. Be in frame. I can't. It's like when you're trying to cut the back of your head, cut the hair on the back of your head, and you're looking in a 2-way mirror. You don't know which way to hold it. There. Hold up the GPU. There's a little foot, and then an adjustable what's it right here to turn. Hey, can you DM Corey and see if Aubrey's available? Because of our, can you DM Corey and see if Aubrey's available for chat on the stream? Because she was talking to us yesterday, and now somebody in chat wants to know if she sang her song at school today. All right, screwdriver. Where's the screw for my GPU? I can't see. I'm blocking the screen with my head. There it is. I can't reach it. I need to get my iFixit. Not sure how I like this metal cover over this. It made it hard to get the GPU out. And I wish I could find my Elgato capture card that I just bought. I can't use the old USB RGB thingy because it's micro B, and I checked the new one, it uses USB-C, so I had to pull it out. My nice tucked away organizings that I did. Okay, that's out. Not that shoebox, this shoebox. That's where my old AIO is. And I'm gonna have to get the fans off my old AIO because the new ones are not RGB. I'm like, I paid for RGBs! Yep. Here, do you want to look at the new one before I start doing stuff with it? If you want. If you care to. He likes technology. Alright. In this tangled web we live of GPU parts. What if I left all these cables the way I like them and just undid the screws? That works. Alright, that tripod's as high as it's gonna go. Woo!
These are like really weighty fans.
Really what?
Weighty fans.
Kind of heavy?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're right. And they have more blades too, so they're better probably at static pressure. I'll take one out with a little plastic baggie.
Weird, there's just a lot of USB-C port on it.
Yeah, the USB-C is for the RGB.
Okay. Let's see what the hole in the fans are.
There, since you said Meltdown Boyos, it reminds me of this one channel I watch. It's this guy who makes guitar pedals in America.
He makes butt pedals?
Butt pedals? Guitar pedals. And his channel is JHS Pedals. But sometimes he'll like start getting upset about different things about the music industry. And then he has a stinger where it's like, let's everybody watch Josh have a meltdown. so funny. I'm gonna send back those fan blades with fan blades. Those fans with no RGB on them. Back with this. Matlockization. Nice to meet you, Matt. Matlock. Tonight on Matlockization. I like to make fun of people's usernames, not to make fun of them, just to have fun. And yours is a good one. Tonight on Matlockization. For some reason, a lawyer is investigating a murder. Again. Even though that's illegal. Did you ever watch Matlock? Your mom is a town in Yorkshire. Oh, Charlie, didn't hear that? Because wait, this stays in this box. The other kind of jokes that I've been doing lately, because my son's getting to that age, is really, really bad your mom jokes. Aubrey's status is mysterious. Warranty card. Safety, compliance, and warranty. Toss. Fans I'm not going to use. I'll put those in the other box. And then all that stuff, put that aside. You know what? I kind of want to put the PC on the floor for a minute while I do surgery on this pump and put the AM4 bracket on it. TR4, no, we're not doing that one. AM4, that one. Until whatever that is, nope. A bag of a bajillion screws. Does safety, compliance, and warranty information have the instructions? No. It's just a foam pad, I don't see instructions in here. Oh, well, I'll figure it out. Matlockization. Laptops to recommend for AI. Well, the laptop I'm running right now actually has a CPU in it that can do AI. And it has a 4070 GPU. If you go, you don't have to necessarily get that one. Something that I left out, let me rephrase this. I did a video about this laptop recently, within the past month, and I left out the part that I wrote in the script about the CPU doing AI stuff because it would have made the video too long. But on my YouTube channel, we do a lot of AI stuff, and mostly it's generating images with something called Stable Diffusion. And I tested it, and it was able to do some things. But if you got a pen and paper, write down that if you really want to do a lot of stuff, you want a 4070 in your laptop. And if you got enough money, don't get a laptop, build a PC. And I'm happy to talk about that in YouTube comments or on my Patreon or whatever you want to do. Larger VRAM cards, yeah. Well, what I'm talking about is the CPU itself can do inference. And only some of the CPU models can do it, and you have to read it on AMD's website. And it's like at the bottom, and it's written in this language where, not like a foreign language like Welsh, but you know, like legal language. It's kind of hard to understand. But if you break it down, you can figure out which CPUs will do AI, but it's like Boyos is right. It's mostly the GPU that does it, and the most support you're ever going to get is out of an NVIDIA GPU. I need to do shorter videos so that I have more time for editing. Or Fbook. Oh, Facebook. I'm on Instagram, and my Patreon has a free tier. The problem is you can't DM me on Patreon. You can add me on Discord if you want. But it's not easy for me to get to it right now. Yeah, we'll start on Instagram, and if we need to go to another platform, we'll figure it out later.
I'm a person of book.
I'm a person of book. I'm not on Patreon or Facebook.
Oh. Is this the one I used earlier?
Yep, I put it over there so you can still have access to it. You might have to scooch that. I'm putting whatever brackets these are back in the AMD bags. This one actually uses the screw kind.
They aren't, with that one, they're not trying to make you spread out the thermal paste like it's a weird hexagon.
And I'm going to need these. Should I use this thermal paste or just?
Yeah, keep it.
So this time I don't have to. I always think my thermal paste is superior, but it might just be arrogance.
Tested it before and after. It's really bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad. Because it's not like you're overclocking it.
Let's go back in the stream. Try to figure out, okay, the cables, it goes this way, and the cables are towards me. That's a bonus of streaming. I can go back.
The water block of this is really pretty.
You want to take a picture? Go ahead.
I already did.
Okay. Leaving my...
Fractal design!
All these are Fractal Design fans. That means I can return my actual original ones.
Oh. I thought they were the fans that came with it and was confused.
Yeah, me too. So thanks for pointing that out, because my dumb monkey brain didn't notice earlier.
Where are you roughly and what's the temperature? Oh, or F-book.
I'm in Columbus, Ohio. It's... Look out the...
22?
Look out the window. Tell me what the thermometer says.
30.
Oh, it's pretty good for today. It was 17 earlier this week.
Number 17. There's no joke for number 17.
Except that it's my lucky number.
Is that a joke?
It's an inside joke between me and only a couple people. We can talk about it later. My mom was all into numbers and crap. Yes, 30 degrees and freedom units.
I don't know if there's any cultural significance to this one, but 47 is my randomly always randomly generated number, so it's not random whatsoever.
So your lucky number is 47.
Maybe.
Do you want to grab a mic? Because your talking stuff is interesting. The actual transmitter is in there, but the mic is on my bed in the egg bag. Or you can just use the transmitter clipped to your close to your whatever if you want. It works by itself. Say check, check,
Is it
check.
already on?
Say check, check, check.
Check, check, check.
Yep.
Where's the whole mic?
Looks like a little grill on the top.
Oh, I thought that was just something else. Wait, I can test it normally.
I was looking at it. I was looking at OBS when your back was to it. In Sydney. Oh, you live in Sydney. That's cool. Cheers from Australia over here. The anthracite project. So the police were outside your house again. Yeah, they were outside my house when I was working on my computer last time, doing something with the neighbors. Oh, his audio. Well, that means this mic is really good at picking up his voice when he's standing next to me. This is a new mic. I can always DM you what it is later. If I had like a producer person, I'd have them go on my Amazon purchase history and drop it in the description. It's a Neewer. You want to grab the charging case so you can tell the model number if anybody's curious?
Okay.
I bought it because I was going to film a skit with 2 other people. The first time I was filming with 4 people at once, so the 2 mics I had wasn't enough. It's a skit video that I uploaded recently called The Beard Conspiracy. And it is a Neewer, that's Neewer CM28. Charlie Michael 28. And it actually has a better sound quality, longer battery, and more features than my old mic that I was using. And I also put a couple filters in OBS that are built into OBS. And if I stream from my desktop that's on the floor right now, I have a plugin that I paid for that has AI noise removal or reduction. It's like 80 to 90% noise removal. It's freaking good. I see your comment, Anthracite.
I see your no.
Yeah, so does my son because he's a mod. We're going to hide it because of the bad word. Oh, he beat me to it. Yeah, my son modded that comment. But, yeah, you're funny. It is a good joke. Let me see. I need to get some tape.
Well, it's 25 and 29F outside, not 29C, so,
That's 29.
Imagine having summer in Australia, not Florida.
Yeah, he's having his happy time summertime over there. You're right. Masking tape. Thanks. Holding my backplate on. Gamer's Nexus is where I learned this trick.
I think when I installed my AIO, it was just outside the motherboard, so it wasn't really that bad. I mean, case.
I think I know what you meant as soon as you said it. I did this on the last stream and it was helpful. Oh, that's too short. What do you think you're going to do with that, Rob? You don't have good AC? I've always been bad with hot weather. I need it to be nice and cold when I'm sleeping in the winter, or in the summer. But in the winter, I need it to be nice and warm. Remember one time I was living in an apartment where we had no fans, but I had a PC fan. I didn't have a PC, but I had a PC fan for DIYing electrical stuff, and I needed it to like pull the soldering smoke away from me and stuff like that. And I wired it up. I had a 12-volt transformer you plug in the wall. You might call a wall wart or whatever the Brits call it. I don't know what Australians call it. And I cut it and twisted the wires around the fan cord, and I like propped the fan next to me on a coffee table or whatever you call it, an end table, so that I could sleep. And it was this old house that didn't have AC. So this particular CPU was never intended to be used with a stock cooler. So it doesn't come with a stock cooler. And I apologize, I don't have all my CPU model numbers memorized. First one that I put in this build, rephrase that.
I mean, they're kind of right about the hot
First build I
weather
did with
being
AM4 had
banned
an
in the UK.
a Ryzen 5 3600, and it came with this cooler. But then when I had a bunch of stuff open, it would thermal throttle, so I ended up getting the water pump and all that.
Yeah, when I had my 5700G with the stock cooler, it overheated so bad that it like crashed the computer a few times. You know, with like me trying to stream FNF and place or like Demon or something.
Yeah.
Because it was also because like I didn't have a graphics card yet, so it was using more watts.
Can you give me a wipe for when I have to get the thermal paste off of it? I live in the UK, hot weather's been banned by the government. It's pointless.
I remember this meme where it was like a British person was confused that their ice cream was melting because it was hot outside.
Alright, Charlie already voted that I used the thermal paste that came with the AIO. Everyone tell me in chat what your vote is. Should I put on fresh thermal paste from the little tub of thermal paste I have, which is super good, or... Oh yeah, don't get us started about what we call the blob with the British government. That took a while to get me my... By the way, because Boyles was waiting for me to go live for like probably an hour. My laptop will not let me use the built-in webcam for some reason. I was fighting it. And also figuring out where I'm going to put the laptop and a bunch of other stuff. I'm going to need a toothbrush too to clean off the top of this CPU. It just dawned on me I don't have to take this CPU physically out. 99% of the time when you do this kind of job, you're taking the CPU out for one reason or another. I don't have to do that this time. This CPU, let me see what it is. Ryzen 7 5800X. Random towel. Make it nice and dry. Yeah, it is free paste. I'll go with the thermal paste that I get. You're hiding it. You're doing whatever.
Yeah.
And I come in here to grab the thermal paste and I catch you in 4K. He's in the other room. Oh, I got it all over my hand. Can you see it? Too much light. Come on, exposure. There we go. What do you think? Cooler Master Ice Fusion V2. What's your vote, boy?
Nice CPU.
Thermal paste that comes on the AIO or the good stuff that I had from before? I mean, the good stuff that I always use. Oh, I've already bumped it. Can't really tell on the stream, but it's like super thin layer. My vote is to use the good stuff. I've never used this stuff because it might be too thin, etc., etc. I would not touch Intel. Right, because of the degradation problems. This is kind of thick. Oh well, too late. I've already started wiping it. Athlon was my first AMD, I think. No, maybe not. Can't remember. First one I built had Athlon because I heard in the rumor mill that they were coming out with a dual core later on. And when I upgraded from single core to dual core, I got a huge leap in performance. But I did lose one little glitch that I used to my advantage, which was I use a discrete sound card from Creative for mixing my music so that I don't have the motherboard's EM noise in my tracks. And it has an input and an output of optical. And I put it into a receiver like you would have in your entertainment center. So you plug your TV and your cable box and everything into it. And I let the sound coming out of the computer go into that and then back into the computer, and there was a slight delay in processing because it's digital. And I was able to make something like a tube effect, like have a drum beat sound like boom, 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 boom. And how I would control the amount of effect was by controlling the volume level of that particular line-in selection in the volume control in the system tray by the clock. And then I would set the record option. What am I recording from? I'm recording from the thing called What You Hear. But then when I got the dual core processor, that trick didn't work anymore. All it did was make whatever was going out come back in louder. There was no delay.
That makes sense. That's how it works.
There it is. And my chat just disappeared.
BMG, don't crash.
I got it back. YouTube should like make an exception for their stinking ads. And go, oh wait, this is the person streaming. They need to monitor chat. They're the same account as the person in the stream. Let's not show them ads so they can monitor the stream. It's like logic escapes them. I should have done the thermal paste later. Now that I realize, because the AIO needs to be in there. This computer is not light. Now, how do I do this? For one, gotta find the bag with the screws that I kept last time. There's no bag in here. Then it's gonna be in my motherboard box. Walks away and disappears. Goes
That's
in my
what I
motherboard
do all the
box.
time, man. '15th gen Intel seems to be kind of poopy with its performance because it's like there's attempt at Zen 1, so it's gonna take a while for Intel to get back decent.
Yep. Maybe this bag
Like, I
of new
don't
stuff.
mistrust
Yeah, it's this bag of new stuff.
15th gen, but I'm like apprehensive to be like, buy it.
Boy, no.
Even if you don't buy it, Intel's still gonna make 16 gen is what I think, is what I have to say, because they have to.
Bull. I got thermal paste on the radiator somehow. There, got a little bit off. You want to help me figure out which screws this takes? Charlie. Me.
What?
Can you help me figure out the screws? And if this radiator's too wide for my freaking... No, it's just the right width. I have cathodes in there. I have to turn it back on its side. Are you for real? Motherboard screws, not PSU screws. Did I say motherboard screws or PSU screws or something? Yeah.
Why does Google
These
Voice
lighting
not
to
handle
cathodes.
PNG files?
And I should be able to get this in there just barely. I looked at it from above and kind of eyeballed it. Oh, yes! It just barely fits. Now how? Kind of figure out how to do this without a third hand. Or wherever the frick I put my screwdriver. Oh, so I'm looking for the fine thread ones, okay. Intel are starting to get back on track, more efficient, instead of jacking up the wattage. NVIDIA needs to do that with their GPUs, man. Kind of afraid of getting a 4090 for that reason. When you increase the wattage to achieve better performance, it's very sus. Very, very sus. You're not actually doing that much on improving the design. What is in there that is pushing up against? Oh, the bevel on the back. Okay, so maybe if I go this way. And this is making more sense. I'll start one so it'll hold it there. I was freaking out going all over the house trying to find the screws from the old AIO, and I'm like, wait a second. These are the ones that came with the new one. Genius. That's not the right spot. I don't think. Because I can't, these holes are not lining up. That one lines up. That. How is this not lining up? But my old one did. There we go. I found it. I don't think so, Matlock. It's like, and it's either AMD doesn't want to make the top end GPU, top tier GPUs, or they don't know how. It's one of those. And then you got Intel Rock coming in, biting at the heels for the low end ones. Because you can get a 3060. Hey, Aubrey's here! You can get a 3060 equivalent that just came out, or is coming out soon from Intel. That's
Isn't it like $189?
12 gigabytes of VRAM. Would you say it's going to be 189?
I don't know. I thought it was.
Hey, Aubrey. Boyos wants to know how singing went at school went today. Not just insanely expensive, but retarded for how many watts it pulls. I'm not supposed to say that word, the R word, because I'm autistic. I need to remember to say a funny word, like redacted. It's redacted. It went bad? Well, at least you sang in front of people.
Wait, aren't you supposed to be saying the R word because you're autistic? Not the other way around?
Well, a lot of people that are autistic see it as a bad word.
Well, yeah, but it means you're the person who's allowed to say it and other people can't.
I don't like that rule. Like the N word. If I can't say it, nobody can. So I've been trying to get a good habit of not saying it. You got scored? Oh, don't tell me. Was it a low score? Bunch of washers. Okay, one. Hey, I got enough screws. Where you at, boyos? Aubrey's back.
Close. Why does BeamNG not use get more than 60 FPS. It's only using 60% GPU.
Oops, washer first.
Oh, thank God. I fixed the HP software. I figured out how to put it to Celsius instead of Fahrenheit.
You?
Yeah,
On your computer?
yeah.
Good.
Because I don't know what 150 Fahrenheit for a CPU means.
Right. And we never should.
What the? Oh.
Thermal paste got on my RAM. I don't like that. This is my look of disapproval. Go into the room, see if I have a toothbrush set aside just for this kind of thing. Yes, I do. There it is. Between the fan splitter box and a wrench, pliers, a spanner to you Brits.
NVIDIA app. Or is it just called NVIDIA? How did I bust the bumper?
Celsius is not only king, it makes sense. But it would take a lot for me to get used to using it to refer to weather. Now, we've got these things that came in the bag of all the screws, so those probably were the common thumb screws. But then I've also got other screws that came in the bag with that bracket, and I put them over here. All right, these, I'll put just one by itself. These came in the bag with the AM4 bracket. And then some of these came in the bag with all the common screws. So I think these go into the back plate first that I have taped to the back of the motherboard so it doesn't fall down. So when I put these in, I gotta be careful not to push down because it'll fall. Did you sing the Taylor Swift song? You can always practice and sing Taylor Swift your own way until you make it, emo. Why don't people call them Vidia instead of NVIDIA? I don't even know what that would mean. Good. Because when I looked at those lyrics, I was like, I bet you could practice on your own and figure out a way to later sing it again, but make it emo. I'm grabbing some pliers. I'm just turning these a tiny bit. I don't want to torque them down and then not be able to get them off later. Mounting pressure is king. Okay. Oh, this is perfect. I like this.
How does
I just set it down on it. The old one used the plastic things that go on the back plate, stock things, and then if you put it on too tight, it would pop off. So you had to guess at what the mounting pressure was supposed to be. I did not like that design. Isn't the one you're using right now have it like that too? The clips that go on the plastic nubs?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you put the cooler down and it goes to plastic things.
Yeah, it had.
And then you tighten it too tight and it goes pring!
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I hate that.
If you put it in too hard.
This kind's superior right here. Because when I was talking to the Corsair rep through email, and they were going to send me a replacement, they don't have the model that I bought anymore. And he sent me this one as an option. I looked at it, and I looked at the instructions of how to install it, looked at the PDF online. I'm like, yes, please, give me that one. That's better.
Why don't people call them Vidya instead of Nvidia?
Dell Precision Servers. Just know, Anthracite, those hard drives are in there so I make better content for my YouTube channel.
Hard drives are hard. The sticker makes the whole system faster. Never take your stickers off.
What stickers? Like the fan stickers? Or this peel?
Is that why my girlfriend sticker bombed her
magnets.
laptop? Because it's a Pentium. You need so many more horsepower, or your Pentium laptop is poopy.
Oh, I know why they did that. In case your Corsair logo is sideways.
You never want your Corsair logo to be sideways. So this like sticker bombing your laptop do the same thing as like adding a race stripe to your car. It adds 5 horsepower.
Yeah, you get more frames.
Yeah, she needs it.
All right, I'm sorry you had a meltdown, Aubrey. I kind of had a meltdown after I sang this one time at open mic, and I look at it two ways. Number one, you have experience. You have one more singing live in front of people under your belt. Number two, you can look back on it and think of what you did wrong, so you don't do that again. Do whatever that was again. Get the USB. Do you have the USB that was in there?
No.
No. Oh, there's my screws from the other one. I had a bag right here on the table. I need that USB cord. You were looking at it earlier, remember? When you were asking me about it. I didn't see it in here.
No touchy that.
No.
I don't know why I'm acting like that thing will or the laptop will explode if you unplug it.
Is it in this bundle? Yeah, it is. It's in the bundle. I need a drink. Wow, I am not in frame. That's fine, I guess. Just walk around like this. Oh, I'm in frame. Short tripod.
On Tuesday, I'm going to sing emo songs. So maybe your breakdown will actually make sense.
Oh yeah, break down in front of everybody. It's like, ah! Scream.
It won't be embarrassing, maybe. I would have taught ya would keep it old school like the case and just put a fish pump in there and Alibaba CPU block. Never Alibaba again.
I would have thought.
I tried to buy 4,000 pounds of sodium and it didn't come in the mail the next day.
I mean, if there's a sticker on the cold plate. No, there wasn't. Just the plastic peel. And I got thermal paste on it because my fingers. I'm going to thermal paste off my hands first. I want to touch things with my grubby hands. I'll put thermal paste on them. All right, another sip. Nice little rubber band. That I should maybe keep for something. I don't know. Oh. What the frick? It's all bundled together as one thing? Huh? It's all one freaking thing. Like, the USB-C sticking out one end, and go like this, and then they're all shoved together, and you've got your fan things, USB for the RGB, it's right there.
I don't want to overclock my GPU.
Focus. And then you have to power it all with that thing. And then you have the pump power right there. This is going to be weird. Why can't install everything one wire at a time? Corsair.
Corsair. Excuse me.
It's contagious. Now everybody in chat's going to be belching.
The Belch Mountain.
What? Just send the Blick listed stuff you buy the neighbor's address, since cops are always there. No worries. No, the USB is for the RGB. It's logical. You can look up the manual if you want. I'll give you the model number. But I know SATA power is not going to give an RGB signal to this because it needs a data signal. Wait, you should see the model number from the thumbnail of the stream, but here you go. IQ H100 RGB Elite. Leave that up for a minute in case you want to go back in the stream and grab it and look up the manual and tell me how wrong I am, because I don't mind. I don't mind. Tell me how wrong I am.
I don't know what I did, but BeamNG is now actually running at more than 60 FPS. I just, like, for some reason in the video, like, new NVIDIA software, so it's not the control panel or whatever anymore. The max frame rate was set to 1000, which for some reason maxed out BeamNG to 60, which
Weird.
Doesn't make sense, but whatever.
You know, the guy, Matlock, who said it in chat? Anthracite. He might be right, as in, it might not need power from the SATA thing. If that's true, that'd be cool, because that's a pain in the butt getting to work in the back side of the case. There's the cops everybody was talking about. Can you hear the cops on the mic?
These cops are so famous, guys.
Now I want to look this up.
Is that the police? No! Why would you ever say something like that?
Yeah, I do too, Polish. You're always going up and down my street. Okay. What was that model number? Wait, I have the thumbnail on my computer. What am I doing?
Is Aubrey gonna make a twiddle finger?
IQH100 IRGB Elite.
Okay, BeamNG gets 100 FPS on this laptop, maxed out.
Oh, what GPU do you have? Don't you have a 4080?
4070.
4070. Because we were talking about AI capable laptops earlier. Do you mind dropping into chat your recent laptop video, please?
I was about to say, oh, it would work, but like, I'm a mod. I'm better. What the heck is that?
Did all this stuff already.
So sketchy.
Mommy, we want meatloaf now.
I'm right. I'm writing lyrics.
There is the wiring harness here. You see how it's like all bundled together. So weird. What? Okay. Yeah, I plug that into the side of it. Okay. Using an included USB cable, connect the IQ Elite series cooler to a motherboard USB 2 header. Connect the pump power cable that is attached to the USB-C wire harness to an available SATA power plug from your power supply. It doesn't seem optional. Not from this.
112 FPS.
And in French. So, whatever, guys. Oh, full screen ad. At least it's Ryan Reynolds. I'm writing a lyric in funky time font. We want meatloaf. What? Oh, how blind I am. I can't tell what this is looking at. Doing wire management might be a nightmare. Where? Oh, where is the USB hole? There it is. At least it's USB-C. But it's going to interfere with my RAM if I do it that way. Makes me want to know if there's like third-party aftermarket modded versions of these things. Because this is crazy right now. I'm starting to think that these fans are on the other side, hiding the cables.
Okay, the max frame rate this laptop seems to get on BeamNG is like 120 FPS. And my desktop computer is like 300. So I'm wondering, like, how much is that to do with the difference of the GPU, and how much is that to do with it doesn't have enough RAM?
How much RAM do you have?
16 gigs in my laptop.
That should be enough. Is it?
Not for BeamNG.
Do you have Task Manager open so you can see how much it's using?
How much what?
Task Manager performance tab.
I have MSI Afterburner open.
I have a RGB splitter. I'm looking for it. It might already be on the computer.
Mom, meatloaf is from Wedding Crashers.
Well, how much of your system RAM is being used? All of it?
Yeah.
BeamNG. Silly. Need a flashlight.
You can't feel it, but the frame time is like super stuttery. Because it's like...
Alright. I found the thing.
Trust me, with BeamNG Drive, it's not like that.
I see the fan plugged in. It is. I do have the splitter already in here. Good. Where's the other one go? It's in a clip.
Like, I'm pretty sure on my laptop it uses like... or not my laptop, my desktop BeamNG Drive uses like 14 gigs of RAM when traffic is enabled.
Well, I guess it's good that the cables are on this side because I need access.
So I'm wondering, since I enabled traffic and it's still only using 6 gigs of RAM because can't really use more.
I think I put
Like,
my fans in
where
backwards.
is the stuff going to?
If I put the fans in backwards, I might have to do some
It's not affected.
tearing apart, putting it back together so that they
More than
have
five.
the
That's
cables
really
in the back.
surprising.
But here is the RGB, which would reach right there. Yep, I do. Dang it.
I lost my wheel. I lost my wheel. Ah. I definitely didn't crash into that guy at 107 miles per hour. This is the bounciest BMW junk box thing I've ever
Check if my chat's frozen
experienced.
because YouTube is like, yeah, it was frozen.
What is that?
I have to
Dude, you
scroll up to
traffic
where she
bad.
said- It's nice how you're showing us on screen what you're looking at. They're all different. Yeah, and I set up my OBS ahead of time that way with hotkeys. And I just make it a habit to hit the hotkey. They're doing different with USB 2 and the SATA power in Fantex Corsair. That sounds actually useful.
Never be
Anthracite.
anti-Corsair.
Meatloafs from Wedding Crashers, Will Ferrell, no points. The lyrics are, I hate Mason. I'm mad. VRAM is more, what game we use a lot of more? It's BeamNG, which is like, it is a simulator for what cars look like when they crash. So it's got a lot of polygons in math going on inside of the vehicles. How many 4070s do you have in your rig? On a laptop. My laptop has a 4060.
No, 4050, right?
Now I'm doubting myself. Shut up.
Okay, the car really didn't like it that I drove it at 130 miles per hour because its coolant started overheating.
Makes sense.
Most cars in this game, that doesn't happen though. Why could you go that fast if you're not meant to go that fast?
One cool thing about having a laptop with the 4060 for me is that I can go in and decide in the NVIDIA control panel and decide that applications get to use the integrated AMD graphics in the CPU, or use the 4060 if I wanted to. But VRAM is key when you want to do AI on any GPU. You need more VRAM the better. I did a video on it, and it's about the RTX 3060 12 gig, how it's the most budget-friendly one with 12 gigabytes of VRAM. And if anybody's getting started in AI, that's how much you want. Don't sell yourself short. Do not get anything, whether it's a laptop or a desktop or whatever. You want at least 12 gigabytes of VRAM just to get started in AI. If you actually want to start training models, you might need more later. There's some things you can train with 12 though, like SD 1.5.
With how cheap my laptop is, this just sounds like complaining about first world problems, but I really feel like the 4070 laptop should have had 12 gigs of VRAM. It only has 8.
I think mine only has 6.
Yeah, NVIDIA's stinker.
I post all my art to various groups on Facebook, and the one that is unofficial Midjourney, they were like, oh. So my post was like, doing some random generations with my new laptop in Stable Diffusion. That's what I posted. And no, it was a Flux, which is a model that just came out. And people were picking on me. They're like, oh, he's so stupid if he thinks his laptop is actually generating images. I'm like, I commented, I'm not using Midjourney. Read the description that I wrote. And then they're like, oh, I bet you're going to block me now. And they were so cruel. Like, grow up.
I'll block you if you want it.
If you want to be blocked, okay, because I don't need your comments in my life.
Are you compensating for something?
I don't
Mr.
get
Man
it
who once blocked.
how people can get enjoyment out of harassing people and then be happy when they get blocked. Like, oh, I bugged him so bad he blocked me. Not a real 470. Yep. Exactly. XCOM. I'm glad XCOM
Swear the
showed up.
RPM meter on
Good
this
to see
car
ya.
is wrong.
My brother's in the
weird.
other. My son is in the other room. He was taking a nap at the beginning of the stream, but he
I'm not
woke up.
taking a nap.
At the beginning of the stream, you were.
Oh.
Don't always have to correct me.
Oops. Your moving around noises woke me up, so,
Yeah. All right, fans.
Dang it.
Be the
I
other
just
way.
remembered. No, I can't wear my gloves because I can't use a trackpad with gloves on.
After I had the previous cooler on for a few years, I had high temps, and I shined a flashlight up inside, and it was just full of, like, caked with dust inside. I'm like, oh.
Actually, now that you're saying that it's not a real 4070, I gotta check what chipset the 4070 laptop is. 4070 laptop.
Because on Tech Power Up, it'll tell you.
Thank you. 8106. RTX 4070 tech power up. And this is the desktop card. 8104. NVIDIA? What to do? So it's probably like the 4060 Ti?
Well, if you click on the chipset name, it'll give you a page with all the different models that have that chipset.
I just brute forced it.
Like
And
I brute forced your mom.
Okay, the 4070 mobile has the same GPU as the 4060 Ti, but is better. So it's like a 4060 Ti Super. I hate that name. Guys, my laptop has a 4060 Ti
NVIDIA
Super 8 GB.
NVIDIA is so against having anything but a 0 in the ones or the hundreds place. Like, they will never have a 4155.
Ugh, yeah, I don't like that name. I wanted to, if it was like a, instead of like 4060 Ti Super, it's 4065 Ti, you know, or 4065. That would make sense.
Yeah, the 5, but then they'll do shenanigans like by have the wrong memory bandwidth or something, so it doesn't really sit between the 4060 and the 4870, you know?
Mm-hmm. A Super Ti!
4080 Ti.
Land of Silver Birch.
They'll give China the Super D.
Who sings that song, Aubrey? I mean, what musician is Land of Silver Birch? Now let's see if this will reach. Not quite. Put this under the things where I want it to be. No, don't go over my clear CMOS button cable. Go under that so it doesn't tangle. Go through RGB cable. You can do it.
Sounds like a lawnmower, this car.
Sounds like a lawnmower fart.
Yeah, Corey was talking to me about how he wouldn't be picked up for an hour, or his sisters would be picked up for an hour or something. And he has to be outside, and he's like, I think he's scared. I wonder, like, why he's scared to be outside like this, because is it ghosts? And that's why he wants to be on the voice call right now, but I'm like, can we really do a voice call? Would that work? And also, I may have totally didn't take 10 minutes to respond to that.
And for some reason, and I hope it's not from you saying that and it going from Corey to Aubrey, Aubrey thought her locker at school was haunted by ghosts yesterday, and I kind of got mad about how people think ghosts exist, and it's not how it works.
Well, Aubrey can't think about something about yesterday that I said only today.
What?
I can't change what she thought in the past.
I know. I'm not telling you to. I'm just...
My bus got in a car accident
anecdotally
today. I'm fine. Actually, I think that happened to my sister once.
Come on.
And they just had to sit there for like an hour and get picked up by another bus later. Which is annoying.
When that happens to
And
me,
also, it's a bus accident.
when that happens to me, I just start walking. Even if I don't know the way, I figure it out. And I end up figuring out, no matter how, whatever place I lived at, I would always end up showing up at my house before the next bus would have got me home anyway. Because I'd be sitting there drinking my drink, eating cookies, and I hear the bus go down the street.
How many bus crashes have you been in then?
What? 0.
4? Yeah, if I ever got in a bus crash, if I knew where I was, I would probably just get out.
You know you're supposed
And they'd be
to.
like, no, don't leave. I'm not in your legal jurisdiction. I'm leaving. Bye.
You're supposed to leave a bus when it crashes.
Nuh-uh.
That's at least how I was trained. That's why they got all the emergency exits on it and stuff.
Okay, more Aubrey crying lore alert.
First bus car accident. Well, hopefully it's your only bus car accident.
Yeah, hopefully your bus drivers get better bus
Skills.
being-
Bus driving skills. I've never even seen a bus accident.
Me too, man.
I don't even know how I want to do these right now.
Unless you are talking about fake life, then I've caused many bus accidents.
If I can beam NG.
Yeah. I'm driving my 886 Toyota Corolla. No, don't go on the curb. That's when bad things happen to your tires.
That's when bad things happen to good people. That's when the bus drives on the curb.
The door was broken. Okay, so you actually gotten into a semi-bad bus car accident.
You mean the escape the bus door?
I'm assuming the side door. Actually, the back door would actually make sense now that I think about it. Did the bus brake check the other car, or did the car do the opposite of brake check? Forward checks the bus.
How am I gonna do this? First of all,
I just stole that guy's bumper without my car getting damaged whatsoever.
I did that to a guy once. A guy who cut me off so bad that the front bumper of my car cut off his back bumper. No, it was the other way around. He cut me off, and then I'm like, shit. And I had to get out of the lane real fast.
Then you what?
And then I said, shoot.
Oh.
And then I had to get her out of the lane real fast. And then later on, I got back into my lane because I needed to be in there. And he was like, not gunning it, but riding really close. So I couldn't get over, but I still had to get over. So I went over. And I tore off the whole front bumper off his van. And then I'm just driving like, what am I going to do now? Because this person is road raging. And I don't want this crap on my insurance. So when we came to a red light, I timed it. And I was familiar with that red light. Like, there's like 6 seconds before the other light turns green for the other direction. So I went red and I counted down. the number of seconds, and I gunned it. And he's sitting there at the light behind me. So I went through a red light to get away from this crazy
Where did the
guy.
bumper go? It just dematerialized.
But I need to set up cameras. I have cameras in my car, but I haven't put them in yet. What cameras did I just pull
H
through?
series, stay on your lane.
These cables are supposed to be controlled by...
If you want to go to the other lane, use your turn signal. I want to go fast. So don't... What are you doing?
This got all tangled up in the...
It's not how
CPO.
traffic works.
There we go.
Okay, it was the side door.
I think... I
Why
have
is
to
your
check
steering wheel so low poly?
if these are supposed to be controlled by this thing. Yeah, there they are. I'd rather them be controlled by the system so I can just have them full blast all the time.
What a mess. It's like... there's like an artificially made 4-car pileup. I think my car's bumpers are made of steel or something, and the other ones are made of plastic because I've hit like 3 people in my cars and reacted. They don't make the Corollas like they used to. What? What is this Vivis trying to do? Why are you just in the middle of the road? I didn't want to whip it around that fast.
Oh, the bus hit a tree?
Oh.
Bad driver moment.
Yeah, that's definitely something I'd be jump scared about.
I hit 2 different trees in my whole life with a car. One was with my first car when I was just graduated high school and I had a job delivering newspapers. And I passed the house where I was supposed to deliver papers, so I was backing up and hit a tree kind of soft. Scared the crap out of me, but I was fine. Then the other tree was many, many years later, as an adult, driving to work, where I had to go like 15 miles, and I like to go through this one back road around a bunch of people's houses to be a shortcut. And it had just snowed. I know it was the kind of job where they don't let you call off work because of the snow, even if it's a snow emergency, because it's a gas station. People still need gas. And I'm turning right on this road that's like a slope. My keyboard's not working.
What are you doing?
There we go.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
So it's like the road is like this instead of straight. So when I'm turning right, my car just kept going left because that's the direction that the inertia was from me going before I turned. So I'm going this way, and I turn, and my car slid off the road, and the side of it hit a tree.
I think the ETK K series just doesn't want its bumper anymore. That's why it's ramming everyone.
Come on, I need to loosen these a little bit so I can push the cooler over. You gotta quit crying for everything, Aubrey. Probably all that trauma you have from your sisters yelling all the time. I grew up being autistic and people were picking on me all the time, and it didn't make me hard. I still have emotions, but I don't cry very easy because some people, there's two problems with crying all the time. First one is that some people are going to take advantage of that because they just want to see somebody cry, and they're like, oh, I know Rob will cry if I punch him, and then I'll run away and steal his toys. And another thing is being able to control your emotions enough so that you can get out of a bad situation. If you're crying, then you can't really concentrate and figure out what you're going to do. And I'm not going to say that stupid line from my least favorite Disney movie ever, Frozen. Let it go, let it go. No, it's not about letting it go. It's about not being epically failing right now.
Dang it, you got that song stuck in my head because I have not been listening to anything whatsoever.
I hate that whole movie.
That
Terrible.
song just like resurfaced out of my brain like 7 or 7 years ago. You know how much of an earworm something has to be for that to be possible?
Be lucky you have a boyfriend, Aubrey. No girls ever really wanted to be my girlfriend until I was an adult. Because I was different.
I think Jay likes me because I am different.
Built different. You need a shirt that just says built different. Like me.
Yeah, when she said, when Aubrey said that, I was like, ooh, she has a boyfriend.
She's not even old enough. Mm.
No, it's because it's like different when you're like 12.
Yeah.
Middle school problems.
CPU fan, and underneath that is
I forgot how to keep
CPU
back onto
fan
the
slash
highway.
pump. Well, the pump one goes in there, but I don't want all these cables all hangly dangly everywhere. Is there cable routing anywhere?
Bus crashes, middle school problems. It's not a very normal middle school problem. Crying about it is kind of a normal
I wonder
middle school
if
problem, though.
if this bracket will let me. It doesn't really matter. I was thinking if I could have this cable go straight up. If this bracket will let me put it on sideways. But do I even want to take it all apart to do that? Am I that nitpicky? I'm not. Gotta shove everything through the one hole. It's not just middle school problems. It's also sisters yelling at me and stealing my stuff all the time problems. And being scared to sing in front of other people problems. But I want to sing. I have that same problem though. I want to sing in front of people, but I get scared. Said that quietly. I like how this cable's longer, the SATA power one. It'll make it easier for me to figure out what to do back here. Now, I might need a fan splitter.
Oh my god, he's 12. That's so old. Yo, let me get to the fart gas station.
What? I'm seeing more cables coming out this end than... What?
You can't turn like then. What? Nope. Back up.
Are
I
you
don't
playing
wanna deal
online with other
that.
people? Okay. Go in the other room, get a fan splitter. Aren't you both 12? You and Nathan Aubrey? You know what? I changed my mind. I can use Corsair IQ.
Corsair
Probably.
IQ is low IQ.
You don't like that app?
It doesn't work 90% of the time.
Oh, okay, then
If it works for you, it does, but
I'm
not
getting a
for
fan
me.
splitter then, just in case. I can always take it apart off stream and plug it into the cables come out of the... Okay, that's a three-way fan splitter. And that's an extension. Three-pin extension cables. And then... What's a USB-C thing?
Oh, is Anthrocite agreeing with like me saying that IQ is bad?
Corsair IQ? Yeah. It worked for my RGB on my old motherboard. It's not
Yeah,
as
your
good on this one.
problems are so complex.
I found a three-way fan splitter, but I want a two-way. If I can find one. For less clutter. Grab the... Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Just set it down. Here it is. Alright, I'm in the other room. Grabbing a box. I got a bunch of stuff. Tossing a bunch of stuff around in my closet.
I was being sarcastic about the problems being complex. Okay, BMG wants me to drive in the exact center of the road. That means I should, right?
I'm seeing extensions. No splitter. Oh, just another extension. Dang it. Oh well. Use this one I got at Micro Center.
I use a hub by Up Here or Asia for my fans. Open Rigaboat or motherboard app to control it. Okay.
Remember when we did that one stream when I was adding GPUs
Yes.
to my...
That's why I said Up Here.
And I kept pointing at the fan saying, up here! And he was on his laptop doing an F&F mods in Scratch. And he's like, up where? I'm looking right at it. Up where? It's like, up
Oh
here!
yeah, I think I was trying to make a pause menu. And I never
It was so funny.
made it.
So the long one? Yes.
My big rig has 12 fans. Custom water cooled. I don't think you're supposed to water cool a truck.
You know that's not what he means. There's the pump. I'm sending it through this grommet over here. It's always good to have a best friend that becomes a boyfriend. Hold on to that if you can.
I don't think I could like, of course I would be friends with somebody then start dating them, but like never best friends, because if I become friends enough with you that you're my best friend, I physically cannot like you in that way ever.
Unless it was
My brain don't work like that.
the sex
It's
that you're
weird.
oriented towards. Of course, that's how it was with my first girl that I liked. We were best friends. And then it took me a while to figure out that I liked her like that.
I liked Jay like 3 weeks after I first met her, so I mean, we're friends a little bit, but not really.
Okay, I've got the CPU, the pump is plugged in. Its cable goes up to the side, goes around the back, and then back in that grommet, and then over. And I've got it tied up in the back. Now, I want to do kind of the same thing with the fans, with the splitter though. And I brought in the splitter cable. There it is.
Do you know how to do trinomials, Aubrey? You help me with my trinomials?
Your math homework? That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, that's what that would be. Why did you make that noise?
The stupid laugh I made?
Yeah.
Because it's a stupid laugh I made.
See, there's no Beavis or Butthead in this situation.
Oh, I wasn't even doing that on purpose. I was like, ugh.
I'm gonna get out of the car and see if I can climb up the stairs. I've always wanted to do this. No! I thought the door was, I thought there was an actual door. It's over. Let me in. Can I jump off the stairs? Oh my god, I can. Boing, boing. Trinomials? I was beginning to think that there was what they called generation after Z. You didn't have algebra?
You know, after you become an adult, you don't remember what trinomials are. But then you hear it again, you might remember.
I probably won't remember them like 6 months after, not 6th grade, 10th grade. Yeah, I actually won't remember them then because I didn't learn that yet.
Extra won't remember.
Oh, that was a really good drift. Turned around basically instantly. What?
I need more Velcro. There's no proper good scissors. Here they are.
I think his drift's good because it just locks up the rear tires, but nothing else. Can I even go into this event? Cars are in the parking lot. I gotta get the box. Give me the box. Oh. Dang it. Restart.
I need to locate the SATA power. Right there. That's the one we're using down there. I put it there so that when you put the side of the case on, it can push through this grommet.
I'm eating candy.
Am I not gonna be able to move? Did I break it? Oh.
Oh, cut it. It's not even long enough. I'm not trying to report, or I'm not trying to mod that person. Stupid phone.
Eulaphone.
This phone's screen is really sensitive, like on the edges. I'll be playing a game and it changes menus. And it was just trying to bring up the mod menu on someone's message. Just because I breathed near it. So I'm leaving these right here in case I want to use them. Those are the cords coming out of of course, the water pump to control fans. And instead, I'm putting it into PC fan header number 1. So I can set that with BIOS or whatever.
Too many boxes. I can't whip it around quick enough.
Go down there. Now this I want to route kind of like that. Let me see. Got stuff I can tie it to.
Oh.
Put it around. Put it behind.
Did they put anything in the basement? They put stuff in the basement. Turn around harder.
What do you think of my wire management so far, guys? Super bright. Oh, the flashlight's on. I remember the days of Midnight Club card game. Played for hours. I actually didn't play that game until I'm thinking when I modded a PS2 and I tried it around that time. I played it for a few hours. The next game I'm planning to play on my stream, because I stream every week and chat with people while I play a game on Thursdays. But I'm planning to do Gran Turismo 7 for the PS4. So far, so good. Kind of want to tidy it up even more since I have the Velcro here with me.
Don't hit the pole.
Your locker is not haunted. You only ever use that word as a joke. You know what I kept saying to her yesterday?
What?
I said, is your locker possessed or just regular haunted? From Venture Brothers? She wasn't laughing. I think Aubrey just gets upset about everything and just crying all the time. She's quit doing that so that when real stuff happens, she doesn't cry and she can think rationally and get through it.
She'll get better in a few years.
You think so?
I mean, if like what my experience has been. Because it was way more dramatic.
You were not a crybaby when you were younger, but you were real skittish. And you grew out of that. Maybe it's because
No, trust me, I was a lot more of a crybaby when I was younger. It's just like
I was there
not
to
that bad.
explain things to you. Like, you don't need to be scared. It's just blah, 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 whatever. Just be careful. Or like when you started helping me do cooking.
Why did my
like,
car dematerialize?
I would say, don't be scared of burning yourself. Just be careful.
It's a chirp.
Chirp.
I remember the one with St. Cloud.
Chirp.
No, not that one at all, but we can't say it on stream.
Oh, because he said a dirty word?
Yeah. That one.
I want to turn this thing on now, which means I need an Ethernet cable and a power cable. And that's all I need because then I can remote in and check it. I'm going to turn it around. No, I can't turn it around. Shoot. I wanted to turn it around, but I don't have a long enough power cable. Let's see what I got anyways. Oh, I still gotta put the GPU in there. Anyways, this back over here. Well, it lays down nicely without pinching any cables. I can't do this.
I have been scared. Have you? Do you have enough scared points today to win?
Do you go to church ever, Aubrey? I won't be a preacher.
You'll be even more scared if you go to
No.
the
I was just gonna
Anglican
say-
church.
I was going to say briefly that what she learns in church will help her defeat any spirits that she may feel around her. And she shouldn't have to be afraid. It's part of why I got so upset yesterday, because generally the world gets obsessed with creepy horror stuff like ghosts, and they think they're unbeatable.
Ghosts
And
or your mom.
like, oh, there's a spirit that's bothering me and haunting me, won't go away. Well, you just
I
go to
felt a
church,
ghost.
learn stuff. So you can command those spirits to go away whenever you want.
Wait, no, I didn't want to go to West Coast. Why am I still on the West Coast? I thought I was just trying to load Italy.
No, it's the ambient more for the air coming in. Oh, I need the mukradrua. There it is.
Corey, were they doing crack?
She completely ignores the whole thing about Jesus and all that, just keeps talking about her ghost. Well, I'm not going to get wrapped up in it like you are. that stuff doesn't bother me because I take care of it as soon as I feel it. Pray it away in the name of Jesus, and it's gone.
Sounds stupid. Were you not ignoring it? Expound!
Now, put the Mercury back in. I wish I could find my Elgato card so I can put it in here at the same time, but let's see if we can power this up. I wonder if this power cable will reach over there.
No! No! No!
It kinda does. There's a bunch of stuff plugged in here, and I don't know what all it all is. I unplugged the USBs.
Key-colored headlights.
Alright, that reaches. Get it.
Corey
Ethernet
is
cord.
almost home.
Hopefully this Ethernet cable will reach. Or we can turn it on.
I love that this car shoots flames out of its butt.
Your mom shoots flames out of her butt.
The exhaust comes out of the wrong place.
It comes out on the wrong point. Like you see the exhaust here and then the fire's over there or whatever. Oh.
I told Jay about the like garlic habanero hot sauce you have, and like, oh yeah, if she has too much of that, fire will be shooting out of her butt. Cause she likes spicy stuff. It's just, I'm pretty sure it's just base habanero. It's fine, but you can't have the like, I don't know how to explain it.
RGB's
the,
working on the
like,
fans up
actually
there,
really
and it's
spicy
matching
ones.
what this fan is doing because they're sharing the same RGB header on the motherboard with a splitter. That's just my RAM. That's CPU pump. RGB's working. Well, it just means it's on. I'm not trying to change it yet. These fans are actually spinning, so I hooked that up right.
Just, what?
So I'm about to remote in. See how we're doing over here.
Oh, the car was. Oh, it's because the clutch temperature is high, so that's why the car is steaming. That's good to know, I guess. No, in 6 years you'll just be doing homework, or the other one. Not both. Oopsie. I gotta keep coloring. Gotta get on that coloring grind set, man.
Every time I back up my chair, it pushes the tripod. Keep freaking out like.
Well, if you keep calling yourself something, eventually it's gonna come true.
Yeah, I don't remember what that's called. It's like admonition or something.
Self-deprecation causes
Yeah, self-deprecation is one thing, but like saying your blocker is haunted and you keep saying it, then you're gonna.
Self-deprecation is self-affirmation.
Self-affirmation is the good one. All right, 66C. Mm. Yeah, stop saying you're a loser. That's good.
Yeah, if you keep saying you're a loser, you might become one.
Only losers say that they're a loser.
And only losers say other people are losers.
That's also true.
What? Why is traffic backed up now? This doesn't make sense. It's not how real people work. I kind of want to know what the diesel fuel, what engine diesel of this one is. Race electronics. Pretty sure the TSFI engine. Nope. It can just run off normal gasoline. Okay.
Check, 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 check. Huh. For some reason, Charlie's mic battery is lower than mine.
Is belligerent.
It's belligerent.
Wait, why is Aubrey going to sleep right now? It's 7 p.m.
It's taking forever to copy Cinebench off the server.
Why did you say something about going to sleep?
She didn't. I don't see anything about sleep in the chat.
Then did I read... What? Why did I read that? How... Is it because I don't know how... Where did I get that?
What?
I read something.
It won't let me run Cinebench because it's not a Microsoft recommended app.
Stan. Guys, I have dementia. I have dementia. Wheel. How do I make the, like, ride height on this better? Because this is wrong to me.
Hey, Corey.
Oh, no, do not make that different. I know what that's doing. Do not make your tire, like, go in recess like that. Corey! Okay, front, keep it at, like, -5.
And that's why I keep the zips. So I can unblock the zip and then extract it again. Was there no greasing? Go away, box. The terms of service won't get out of my way. There it is. There's the accept button. So stupid. Put it back down there. Can't put the taskbar back down. All right, should I do CPU multi-core or single-core test first?
Multi.
Multi.
IQ is already causing issues, lol. Yeah, that's accurate. Oh. Wheel.
No, I didn't undervolt my CPU.
I like these, but it doesn't match the color. Or it matches the color of the car too good, so that's why it looks bad.
Let me scroll this page. Come on.
What does caster just do?
I've never done all this stuff on a CPU. I don't know all this terminology. I should not watch this while doing Cinebench. Pause.
Wheel better. 85 should be normal max. Not really. Why not? Ryzen performs better with PBO and undervolt. I don't know, he probably said this already, but he doesn't want to deal with overclocking troubles.
Yeah, I don't like fighting it.
No, don't just... Oh, that's why. I think whatever I did to the wheels, it broke everything.
Again, they're talking in terms I don't know what they are.
Corey,
Check
help.
power up might steer me straight.
Nothing like refreshing water.
Now, if this temperature drops as soon as Cinebench is done, then I'm actually going to be happy, because even on the stock cooler, it was staying at like 90 all the time until I put some USB fans on the top. Oh, it's a forum? Dang it. I might try these numbers, write these down right here. What do you think, Anthracite? Write these numbers
Andesite.
down.
Anthracite. Wait, did it actually have the animation of it? Oh my god, it has the animation of shifting the gears. That's cool. Half
Alright.
the mods don't do that. And they
I'm
hate
gonna
it.
go to the other room and get a pen and paper. Cinebench, does it? I can't remember. Doesn't it just keep running until it stops and then you're good, or does it keep running infinite?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, then it has to go through the last cycle.
$60 amp. And then EDC is 90 amp. And then what are they running? It's 56, right at 6 C, comma 4.2 gigahertz all core load. .9 gigahertz boost.
H series, you could do it. I have more torque than you. I'm better. My tire is clipping through my fender. I swear this is too much of a banana yellow. Actually, yeah, that's good. H series, what are you doing? H series, you can get up that hill. I believe in you. No, you can't actually.
I want to see if this is still controlling that fan header. Open!
Just falls up.
Dang it!
What the? What is he doing?
There we go. Open it.
Where is he going?
Where's my fan profile I had in here?
Oh, nope, he's just further down.
I had a fan profile set up in here. I don't understand. Fans are spinning.
Why doesn't the like thing
Tech Yes
properly
is that the one I
refresh?
have open?
Well, yeah, just because they
No.
have videos on undervolt doesn't mean my dad wants to do undervolt.
I might try it. It's just another thing to remember every time I have to clear CMOS. You know? I'll play around with it right now, though.
I never actually tried like undervolt or anything because I'm not that interested in that. I don't like the AMD auto overclock. With how I don't know what it is, but with how when I tried it, it was really unstable. I still think that like my drive being from my new old computer is like screwing it up, but I don't know. I wonder if the NVIDIA GPU would make my computer more stable, but I can't get the 3080 because I still only have that single $100 bill and no other things.
Yeah, you need to do more capitalism. Alright, I wrote down my score, 14,553. And
CPU core ratio. And we're going to go to, here it is.
Yeah, I'll do more
CPU core
capitalism
ratio.
on like
We're going to type
stuff that makes me lose money. Oh my god.
and so that signifies in blocks of 100 megahertz, 100 megahertz. So that'll be 4 gigahertz. So how they do it in a lot of BIOSes, one of these represents 100 megahertz. So there it is there, 100 megahertz. It's weird to say that.
what the heck? I don't even know what he's doing.
Computer, and we're going to hit the delete and F2 keys while we do this, and we should have some, they want to hit them as
Aubrey,
quick as
how
possible.
emo are you? Are you
If you're doing this on
applying
a
the
different computer, you may be like,
everyday
"Right, my BIOS
eyeliner?
is different to yours." And that's because in these BIOSes, F2, but you want to get into advanced.
Ah.
We can see up here.
Dude, what the heck, man? Ow.
AI tweaker. And what you can see here is I've already locked in my XMP profiles. They're calling it DOCP. And this is very important. Besides the undervolting that we're doing today, and you don't have to pay anything for it. So
Where am I going with
CPU
this?
core ratio. And we're going to
CPU core ratio.
go to, here it is right here, CPU core ratio. We're going to type in 40. And so that signifies in blocks of 100 megahertz, 100 megahertz.
All core. I don't even see all core on here.
So that'll be 4 gigahertz. So how they do it in a lot of BIOSes, one of these represents 100 megahertz. So there it is there, 100 megahertz.
What has my dad not been getting?
So we've dropped that
4.4
down now from
gigahertz.
4.2 gigahertz, which we wrote down before, from Cinebench, and we're putting in 4 gigahertz. And that's just essentially what that's going to do, is that's just going to drop the speeds down a little bit, because I feel like AMD have pushed this CPU again.
I can't
too far
remember
out
what the
box.
boost clock on my
But now that's
laptop
locked in.
is.
We're now going to go down to actually one more very important setting. And this is CPU voltage. We can see this on the screen here, CPU voltage.
VD
5.1 gigahertz.
CR
Multiplier 38.
CPU voltage. Okay.
We're going to hit enter. And you
Enter.
might see different modes here. It might be fixed voltage in different
Ass
classes.
rock.
We're going to go to offset mode. That's the most important. Offset mode. Essentially what this is going to do is allow us to still take advantage of low power consumption states. So for instance, if you leave the house and you want to leave the computer on, it's downloading something, it'll allow the CPU to downclock.
If you want to download a car.
Speeds, and you can still take advantage of undervolting when it's fully ramped up. So we've got offset mode, we've changed, this might be on plus, we're going to change it to minus here. And
Change it to minus here. Change it to. He sounds Australian. Who was the Australian that was on chat? In chat, I think that was Matlock. The Australian that I like his accent is Sam Time.
And dink
essentially
pods.
what this will do is whatever value we set now in the CPU voltage
You're like dink pod. I'm not that emo.
offset here, it's going to minus that from the 1.3 volt here. So from the box, we're going to
Oh no, why I said that
go a little bit
is
more,
because I have
and
a
we're gonna
friend
go
that
for-
is that emo who just
we're
like
going to go for 100 millivolts. But
Yeah,
every
ASRock
single day
BIOS.
is that eyeliner.
Zeus BIOS is doing it just in raw volts. So
Like,
we're gonna
you'd
go
think
for
it was just
0.1.
like a
So we're gonna type in a decimal and then
Part
one,
of her
and that'll
generic
lock in.
character just to have the eyeliner. It's
So
like,
0.1
like at birth
is
is
just-
existing.
0.1 less volts.
0.1. Now we can also use the plus and minus arrow keys on our keyboard as well. That's another way to go through these voltages. But
Ugh.
we're just going to go for 100 millivolts or 0.1 volt. And after we've locked in those settings there, so we've got the 4 gigahertz, we've got the 100 millivolts, we're just going to go over now here to exit and just go to save changes and exit. You may also, on pretty much every motherboard, it's F10 as well. You can hit F10 and just go OK. So it's going to tell us we're locking
All right, we're done with that. We're gonna shut it down. Oh, modern browsers! I hate how modern browsers don't want to close. I hit Control W to close a tab, and it just hangs.
And it what?
Hangs.
Oh.
You have to wait like a few milliseconds. All right, I'm gonna see if I can set up this with a monitor so we can all look together at what's going on.
Yeah, negative 0.1 offset. Wait, so he was changing his millivolts with telekinesis then?
A bowl of screws, stock cooler.
Oh, cancel.
I'm putting the USB dongles in. Now I'm going to figure out how to get this monitor over there.
So you were.
Still. Power cable for the monitor.
Okay, black lip gloss is more emo than the eyeliner, I feel.
Yeah, but you need the eyeliner to pull it all together. I wonder if Corey showed her emo me on my YouTube channel yet.
I feel like if it's both the eyeliner and the the eye stuff, or both the lip gloss and the eyeliner, it looks kind of ridiculous.
This even, it's set to Windows. Windows, oh, set the cable. There we go. Is it on? Or do I have to like power? Alright, chat, you come over here with me. There's PBO, Precision Boost Overdrive.
Your mom has a PBO.
Do I do anything with PBO? You probably can't see it. It says auto, disabled, enabled, or advanced. Let's advanced. Enabled negative. Oh, it's so glared out. What if I turned off the overhead light? Oh, this is causing the glare back here. That'll do. Max CPU boost clock override minus 0.1. Oh, what do I put there? I can't put a decimal point. So let's see if put this back to auto. Go back. Manual CPU overclocking, CPU core count control. Core count. Ugh, that's not it. That's not it. I'm going to Google on my phone. ASRock BIOS. How to undervolt. Okay. Fiber settings? What? Advanced. Flexible voltage regulation. No. Precision boost overdrive. Undervolt. I'm going to put AMD in the search. also making it bright? My other light. Oh, it's got PPT. I don't need to do PPT, TDC, and EDC, but I can if I want, according to what somebody was saying. Max CPU boost clock overdrive. It's at 25 right now. This box right there says 25, and I cannot put above it. It says enabled negative. That says 25, and then there's no decimal point that I can put. All I do is put a number. Okay, my chat froze. I'm not emoed that much. The curve one. I updated my BIOS on the last stream, so it's the newest stable one, and it doesn't say it down there. The curve one. I don't see. Oh, curve optimizer. All cores. All core optimizer sign negative. Magnitude. Point. Still can't do a decimal. Determines the magnitude of the curve shift to be made, entered in whole numbers. The larger the value entered, the larger the magnitude of the shift. Get details via VR code. I know the screen glare is real. Let me see if I can turn down the exposure on the camera itself. I can turn down brightness. No. I think we're rolling now. What if I turn the exposure up to right there? No. Let's see, QR thingy, what's it? Got a QR code I can read. That failed. I don't want to online register. Gotta install a different QR code reader. It's trying to make me register for something. I never did that before. QR code scanner. Let me put the cursor back where the thing is. Phone. Open. I know what it does. Let me do it. Use free version. Oh, I just shut down YouTube. Start using camera while using app. All right. 2 steps to access. Just Rob. Let me go to the ASRock manual for crying out loud. I downloaded a PDF instead of going to a website. Germany Christmas. Alright. Go back to my YouTube app. Load it. All my stream froze or something? According to this, it's still going. The stream just randomly ended. No, it's not. It's still going, I think. No, it's not. It's still going, I think. Yeah, it's still going. We're good. We're good. Why won't it? Okay. Under OC Tweaker. All right, I'm going to turn Curve Optimizer off and go back to OC Tweaker. CPU frequency and core voltage change, maybe. Oh, my camera. Oh, I'm not looking at OBS. I'm looking at YouTube. There we go. I'll have to go to the manual if you're not telling me what to do. It's the whole motherboard manual. Ugh. AMD PBS, page 90. Precision boost. No, PBO. PBS? What? OC tweaker screen, 77. Let's look at that. And it closed YouTube again, so I don't know if you're saying anything in chat.
Yeah, YouTube's chat freezes like every 10 minutes or something. It's annoying.
Bye, Aubrey.
God, why is this song so long?
SOC/Encore OC mode. Well, I'm going to my laptop because none of this is making any sense. How to undervolt. There's no offset anything. Just somebody say how to do it. Expand 8 replies. With no answer. And it doesn't look like 8 replies. Okay. Undervolt AMD CPU on ASRock. Alright, this is J2Sense. I watch his channel.
The video recently when I talked about I think that in a way, you know what guys, I got a bit more manual when it comes to Intel and doing it in the BIOS. There are some programs that you can use to do this at a Windows level, like using Intel XPU or Extreme Tuning Utility. But I like to do things in the BIOS because I know they're a bit more stable and it's third those Capstream PC because those are dumb. Hardware monitor, it's CPU ID HWM memory CPU right here. It's to 1 point. So they load these whole things for the shoot and the result. So it's and it was free. That now it's pretty much just gonna leave.
That's Asus.
CPU at stock. What I'm going to do right here is turn Asus multi-core enhancement and leave it on auto. I'm going to leave the AVX instruction core ratio negative offset to 0. By default, that number is 3. But we're going to leave it at 0 because I don't want it to slow down the clocks in an AVX instruction. Same thing with the 512. Leave that at 0. What we're also going to do is core ratio. We're going to set that to sync all cores. And we're going to set the all core limit to
C-core ratio. Minus how much? Let's just try a 1 and then 1. Invalid input. Decreases the maximum CPU frequency. Well, I don't want to do that. I want to do... Where's my phone? Are you finally telling me how to do this thing? Uncore. Frequency, voltage. ASRock BIOS under.
Okay, the B580 is 250.
Undervolt AMD CPU.
Basically 3060 Ti.
Well, nobody's saying the instructions how to do it.
It's only 8 lanes? Huh.
Curve optimizer under PBO. Advanced AMD overclocking, precision boost overdrive, advanced. And look for curve optimizer. Got it. All cores, negative. And then the magnitude. What do I do with the magnitude? It just says put. Huh. So maybe I just put a 1 in there? 10. It lets me just put a 1 in there. Why would I put a 20? I don't even know what it means. Determines the magnitude of the curve shift to be made. I don't know what that means. What's the times do? 3:02. It dogs me. Google wants to sign in every freaking thing. Doesn't care if I'm streaming or not. And what are they doing? Magnet. Okay, don't go to another thing. ASRock. Man, Google's search engine optimization is terrible. Between 20 and 40. All right, I'm going to do what you said, put 20. I'm not trying to moderate him. I'm trying to scroll down. You'd think they'd let you do it like the other ones do, let you change the voltage. Too late to have a coffee, dang it. Really want a decaf coffee. Oh, I didn't do it. Show you what I did. Sorry. Waiting for it to come up. Then I'll remote in. If it even never comes up. ASRock with spinning roundy dots. Can't even see my hand because all my lights are off. Ooh. Still can't see my hand in front of there? Jeez. Spinny roundy dots. Man. Okay. Do it. Do it. The computer just turned off. So that's another thing I want to deal with, overclocking. That junk. I just want to undervolt it. Just a tiny bit. Please. All right, yeah, the chat. Okay, optimizer. Try -20. I don't even know thermal set. Like that's another menu. I don't even know where it is. Max is -3. Enter 20. 20 in. Yeah, I did for all cores. It'll decrease the voltage 20 clocks. Yeah. Yeah, YouTube chat will just randomly freeze. And sometimes when you have to hit the X on the chat and then tap it again, and sometimes I do that and it closes that particular stream on the YouTube app for me. I don't restart. I think I'll restore defaults and then try that again, but then I also have to put my XMP back in. All right. You gotta tell me where the thermal limit is. See if you can find that. I like the idea of a thermal limit of 85 instead of 90. And that means my CPU isn't baking itself and also not whatever, crashing my stuff all the time. Okay, I need to apply defaults. Where is that? Main. Oh, I like how it has save user default to flash drive. Load user default, save user default. Where's defaults? ASRock BIOS return to defaults. Navigate to the exit menu and load default settings. Okay. Yes. Okay. I've got that set. Now I need to go and turn my XMP back on. And I need to go advanced PCI. Oh, I need to disable CSM on the main boot page. Where's the boot page? Oh, over here. There we go, advanced. above 4G enabled. Resize bar. Enabled, I think. And then restore AC on power loss, turn on. Where's the wake on LAN? PCI, no. Where is wake on LAN in? Advanced ACPI. All right. Now I'm just going to reboot, verify stable booting, 1, and then 2, verify my XMP is there. I still have 75%, or you still have 75% on your battery, or one of us does. Check, 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 check. I do. You're at 50. See how long the battery lasts on these, Charlie? Oh, he's got headphones on. He's in a whole other world. Yeah, my chat disappeared. Oh, you were right. You and I got it at the same time. ACPI. It's under exit. The chat froze on me again. You had all the answers that I needed. Don't diagnose my PC, just boot. I missed before Windows 8 when it didn't do this crap. It would just blue screen and crash, and you're like, fine, and then you'd boot it up the next time, it would work fine. Restart! Wrong enter. It's wrong keyboard. In the meantime, check out this sweet, sweet mechanical keyboard that I got for bringing around the house for certain things. I have a few of them, but then I got this one smaller one, and it was a 60%. And I missed having home and end and delete and page up, page down. And it had all the function keys in the number keys, and that was really frustrating for me. So I got this bigger one, and it's chonky, it's heavy. If I take this off, you could see the lithium-ion battery underneath to change it out. Which means I might be using this keyboard for the rest of my life. And I'm not mistaken, it has hot swappable switches. The brand is KEMOVE, like remove, but with a K instead of an R. It's funny how this camera shows this monitor is like a blue when it's black with the backlight on. But it's black because I turned the exposure down. What happens if I do this? Still blue. Oh, that's really homey. I'm only lit by the light above the sink. But this is the proper way to do lighting. To have lights coming from both sides that are indirect and diffused. And instead of getting the big soft lights that a lot of YouTubers have, because I have a small house I live in, I'm really careful with the lights I get, and they're all diffused already.
Ew, the new Huawei phone has 3 camera nipples on the front.
The what brand?
Huawei.
Huawei. Well, I'm booted up so I can remote in. No, I didn't go to BIOS that time because I already set my stuff. I set XMP. It won't let me remote in. Why?
Wait, you can hyperthread a phone chip?
No IP address? Oh, I don't have the Ethernet cable plugged in.
Oh, 2 plug.
I'm verifying my XMP settings before I try to undervolt again.
Yeah, so 6 core, 12 thread. That would be...
There we go. Got an IP address. RAM Expo 100 ACPI. Maybe I had my camera in OBS set to the wrong thing when I did it. Let's do CPU Z. Is it 15, 15, 15, 36, 51? Hey, what's the XMP for our RAM? Do you remember, Charlie? The clocks? Can you hear me? Do you remember the clocks for our RAM on DDR4?
No.
No, of course not. I just have to do math and make sure at least the megahertz is 36. 1066 is only 2120. Wait, I have the RAM box for my 32 gigs kit. And it's written on the back. Maybe 3600 megahertz. Intel XMP certified. It doesn't say it. But it's supposed to be 3600. And half of 3600 is 1800. So that's supposed to be 1800 right there. And it's saying 1064 whatever. You're right, anthracite. It's supposed to be 36. It's a 3600 kit. No. Windows. Come back to the stream, bro. 3600 18 20 20 18 22 22 42 1.35 volts. See if I can get a decent picture of that. It's nice how it detects it from the RAM and does it. Ah, don't show an ad right now. Did I lose my keyboard? Did I take it with me when I was getting... Oh, here it is. What is this ad? And then another ad, and then another ad. Let me figure out where I was. YouTube? There we go. Now I got the thing back. Thermal setting limit. No, because it didn't set my XMP right. It's not showing up on the computer. It's only showing up in BIOS. And I took a picture of it with my phone so I could check it. Come on, boot harder. Now it's showing it. And it's got the right clocks. I didn't last time. And I didn't change anything in BIOS. So bizarre, so bizarre, so bizarre. All right. First thing we want, advanced AMD overclocking, accept. Precision boost overdrive. Is that where we were before? No. No, Forgot. Advanced. Precision to overdrive and then set to advanced. And then what? Curve optimizer. All cores. Negative. And a 20. Am I right? If this is, I'm gonna write this down. Advanced, AMD overclocking, precision boost overdrive, curve optimizer, all cores, negative, and then 20. Change the thermal temp max. Right there bottom. So platform thermal limit this is under platform thermal limit, and we want manual, and then put 85 there. Allows the user to decrease the maximum allowed temperature processor. Okay. I want 85, like you said. Platform thermal throttle limit. 85. And then hit F10. Save and exit. Yeah, F10. F10 is one of the things I've memorized. Do you know what Shift F10 is in Windows, Anthracite? Just see if you know this little trick I know. The only bad part about doing this is I smell the trash in the kitchen. Shift F10 in Windows. What does that do, Anthracite? Tell me if you know. If you give up, that's fine. I'll tell you. And skip ad. Close and reopen. Yeah, it works on Windows 11. I've done it. Doesn't just do it any random place. It only does it in certain places, so you don't know what it is. If you tell me that you give up, I'll tell you what it is. Here's a hint. Some keyboards have this on it as a separate key, but not all of them. Bot to media? Nope. Not even close. You're even allowed to Google it. If you get to the point where you give up and you want to Google it, that's how you want to find out. Windows key? Nope. Nope. That's Alt and Enter is the Windows key. I think. Pretty sure. I just did Alt and Enter and it... Not Alt and Enter. Shift and Enter? No, it's Shift and Enter is the Windows key. Funky thing about Shift F10 is it doesn't do it everywhere, and you already have to be in keyboard mode, navigating with the keyboard to get it to work. Yeah, I just did it. I got it to work. Check this out. Here's your clue. Your next clue. So I'm in my Open Shell Start menu, going like this, tabbing around. Have a good time with the keyboards. Press Shift F10. This menu comes up. There's your clue. What's Shift F10 do? Did my computer just reboot? Yeah, it's boot looping, dude. Net screen. I don't know what that is. What to put for curve, optimizer, magnitude. Stupid AI results say start with default settings and save changes. Reboot, re-enter BIOS. But they're not giving me what number to put there. Adjust it in increments of 10 until the machine is unstable, and then bump it back up. What number do I start with? Oh yeah, well, that's that. Do you give up? 20. It's set to 20 right now. Can you see that? It's set to 20 right now, and it won't boot with it set to 20. This is my look of disapproval. I'm trying 30. Yeah, I'm planning on running Cinebench once I can get it to boot. It will not boot with this setting messed with so far. And how do I know this is even the right place to undervolt it? Ah. Nope. Where's blue screen? Okay, we'll try 15 this time. Seriously, no one? OC tweaker voltage configuration. Finally! About to try that here in a minute. Ah, you see that? Anthracite? Now you see that. It's OC tweaker, voltage configuration, CPU core, cache voltage set to offset mode. Negative 100 is equal to negative 0.1. Oh, it's booting this time because of the 35. Oh, did not like that. It just crashed. I was trying to go to BIOS. You're gonna have to babysit my PC to go into BIOS. a tool. Oh, cool. I could set the default RGB in here. Coolness. Now, advanced AMD overclocking, accept, and I want to do precision boost overdrive auto. And then that was in the curve boot optimizer.
5 hours.
Platform thermal limit to manual. Okay. And it's at 85. And I need to go to OC tweaker voltage configuration. CPU core. Cache voltage. Not that. Cache voltage. I don't see. That's auto. There's no cache voltage there. This instructions I just read might be for Intel.
Stupid sound effects.
No, I can't do Cinebench yet because it's not stable yet. I need to find
Lovely.
the correct
Sound
instructions for changing the voltage down. What are you talking about?
Finish him.
Advancing. Curve optimizer. Set limits to manual. Curve optimizer should be there. Everybody's saying to use curve optimizer, but they don't say what number to put in. Oh, this is me doing my homework. QR code scanner, and then do this, and then copy. I'm going to send myself this link to the manual. Advanced AMD overclocking, precision boost overdrive. Are you freaking kidding me? Fine. Let's see if it boots this way. They want you to do it in their stupid software. I didn't set the all core to anything. I didn't touch it. If you're still wondering that. It doesn't make sense that it would distort the settings because Windows isn't running. But it would make sense that, like, it boots into Windows and then immediately crashes. I had some of those happening where it would boot into Windows and then immediately crash. But then also there are other times where it would not boot all the way. It would just boot and try to recover, do the Windows recovery. Oh, system info is where I can get the CPU temperature without having to use IQ. I need to get a different chair. Just now starting to hurt my butt. Like you were complaining about when I bought this chair. Ah, it crashed.
Damn.
I'm please waiting. Come on, Windows, I'm please waiting. Restart my PC. I have to restore defaults again. This is how you end up memorizing where everything is in the BIOS. By restoring defaults so many freaking times, you go crazy. Alright, loaded defaults. And XMP. Done. Now, PCI. Wait, first I need to... boot page, disable CSM. What's boot page? Advanced ACPI enabled. And I need restore after power loss. And now I want to go to advanced AMD overclocking accept. No, F10. Let's see if we can do this with their little app. Like you said, one or the other. Turn it off in Windows. Well, if it works in Windows, it means I don't have to hunt for it in BIOS to figure out the setting because, look. It's got the freaking offset right there. Plus or minus the volts. I can minus it 0.1 very easily without having to hunt around and get lost. They clearly want you to use this app, a tuning app. You're right. While it's booting this time, I'm going to go get my flash drive so I can save my BIOS settings. I'll get the one that actually has the BIOS file on it I used to update it. Alright, let's stay standing up. I need to get another drink. Get water this time. This reminds me of mining crypto, man. So many reboots and trying to remember where all the settings were in the BIOS. Trying to figure out if I'm supposed to have CSM on or off. Now it makes sense. I like how the ASRock BIOS doesn't let you turn on 4G support until you turn CSM off. MSI doesn't do that, and you're fighting it, trying to figure out why it won't boot. So far I'm booting. Everything's fine. About to remote in. Look, it's 1.1 volts. Can I just turn it down to 1? Weird. It changed it because I didn't hit apply. Are you gonna keep that? It crashed it. It does not like that. The CPU temp was like, I don't remember. It was real low. It crashed it so bad. So I think I need to go down like 100 of whatever that the last 3 digits are on the right. What are you doing? Are you gonna come up? Of course, it wasn't there as an offset either. I'll bring it up and not fiddle with it next time. It doesn't do anything. I don't even have it, the ASRock logo on the screen, or it's saying spinning roundy dots. It's just black. Darkness. Do this number right here. I learned this trick from mining. Restore after AC power loss, and then wait a few seconds, turn it back on. I would actually have software that did it for me. Real complicated, like a row of dominoes. Special software that could see the mining software I was running and run that on my laptop. And if it couldn't communicate with that software on the mining software for a certain number of minutes, it would send an email to myself, and I had a website set up called If This Then That. If I received that email, it would run a sequence where it would turn off a Wi-Fi outlet, which would cut the power of the computer, and then wait a couple minutes and turn it back on. And doing that, I learned that you could recover from various things, even just like the computer just black screening, like it just did. And my chat just completely disappeared. All of it. Go to the A tuner and then turn off performance. Alright, I'll look for that. Let's back up. Turn off performance, so standard mode. Change to standard mode. OC tweaker. I'm in the menu. Hey XCOM, you ever undervolted an AMD CPU before? Anthracite's trying to help me with that, and the setting that we need doesn't make sense in BIOS, so now I'm trying in their OC whatever software called A-Tuning. And he's having a smoke right now, so I don't want to break anything. Where did I just had it? B-Core. VTT DDR offset voltage. This just says voltage. In 4090. Click arrow to see profiles to the left of custom. Alright. Let's do that. Because a lot of people undervolt this CPU. It's the 5800X because it's this, they're using the same die as the 5600, and there's less room on there, so it overheats. Right now, since I'm not doing anything, let's see what we got. I'm running 68C right now. We're trying to figure out how to give it a 1 millivolt offset negative. I found this VTT DDR offset voltage. Now I'm running 73C, 71C at just desktop. Yep, 70C in idle. I turned this down to 1.0 volts and it crashed the machine. You said that's the wrong setting. That's a box you can type in. Hotkey? What? Yeah, I put thermal paste on there. Silly Billy. Of course. That'll be metal to metal. Gotta lube it up. V-core voltage offset? Maybe? How many watts is it pulling? Oh, how do I even check right now? Oh, cool, Winston. I'm glad you showed up for one of my random streams. This is a random stream, not a normal week-to-week thing. I seen it go to 1.41, 1.46. Oh my god. Oh my god, what? What are you talking about? Alright, let's get hardware info 64 up. Okay, yeah, the watts. I'm piecing together. I see what you're doing here. I see what you're putting down. None of those are watts. I would like to see watts. I'm going all the way back up to the top because I don't see watts. Maybe you could tell me something that I don't see, that I'm missing. There's a system and a CPU. Most set 5800X CPU V core to 1.35. Alright, that's some useful information here. V core. V core voltage 1. It's an offset, bro. It scrolled up. And all core. I'll see all core. Enhance tab? Okay. Enhance. There aren't really tabs in Hardware Info 64. Open. No. That is not looking like what I want. Yeah, start with sensors only. I was hoping there was more. GPU 0. Network, Windows hardware errors. Enhanced tab. I don't see an enhanced tab anywhere. No, you cannot tune your CPU with MSI Afterburner. I'm some deep levels familiar with this program. No. But does it have CPU watts over here? And it doesn't show me that much. No. CPU package power. Do I see that? No, it's not here. Under timings. I don't see anything that says timings. Let's see, volts, core vids, core clocks. You're super frustrated, but I don't see anything that has a letter W for watts. Nothing. And you said the word timings. I do not see the word timings. Remember, I'm autistic. You have to literally tell me what it says, or I won't see it. I have to open it. Open what? When I put my mouse, I see a clock, a little paper. There's no like tooltip on any of these that says anything about enhanced, advanced. Enhanced as last word. Enhanced. Where does it say enhanced? Nowhere. Under timings tab. There are no tabs in Hardware Info 64. Memory timings. All right, say what it says, and I'll put my mouse there. The only thing I see that says timings is memory timings. Virtual memory committed. Virtual memory available. Virtual. This is a system, so we're going to skip that, go down to CPU stuff. Core VIDs. Core clocks. Bus clock. Core effective clocks. Average effective clock. Core usage. Max CPU thread usage. Total CPU usage. Core utility, total core utility, core ratios. None of these have any tooltips that pop up when I hover my mouse over them. And if possibly you're referring to something that's a tab when it's not a tab. This has tabs. This is what tabs are. These things at the top. Maybe my chat's frozen and you already told me where it is. Let me go back. Okay, it was frozen. Enhance the last under timing tab. There's no timing tab. There is CPU AMD 5800 Advanced. This one. That's not a tab. That's a... You have to expand is the stupid word for it. Temperature is hotspot. Voltage. There's the voltage. There we go, wattage. And it maxed at 71 so far. The highest it's used since it's been booted is, or this program's been open, is 71.455 watts. Well, he hasn't been able to figure out how to tell me how to use this menu to get down V-core voltage offset. I'll Google that. See if that's it. AMD ASRock undervolt V-core voltage offset. It's not a mounting issue, it's this CPU. This CPU runs hotter than other ones. And this is in, what's the name of this stupid program? A-tuning. I've always had warmer temps on this. This particular CPU, AMD doesn't want you to use a stock cooler with it because it runs so hot. Anybody have pictures? Maybe? Instead of me going for days trying to figure out what to do here. OC tweaker. Wherever I put my pen. Water temp. You don't get a water temp in IQ because there's no sensor in there. Ooh, I gotta shut down something. Hold on. Where's... It's not in the... Here it is. See, it doesn't have a sensor. Unless that's that's the RAM, GPU, processor, motherboard. Yeah, because it generates heats in watts. But the heat it generates in watts is not... It is proportional, but it's not the same as the watts it's using. Because heat, when measured as a form of energy, they use the term watts. There's a correlation between the watts that a CPU uses and the watts that it generates. No, the cooler is not... This one does not have a USB to the motherboard. Only the pump does, and it's just for RGB. Your mom has correlation. OC tweaker. CPU SoC voltage. Auto. Huh. Look it up. I'll type it in here. Just Google it for yourself. See what people say.
Oh, to be honest, I forgot I had this mic on. I should probably turn it off.
You have to put it back in the charger box if you want to turn it off. Where is it?
I turned it off.
Oh, good. Because the power button on it is multifunction, and it actually has flash memory inside. And one of the functions is to record to it. Where's the mic? Oh, that's right. You were just using this part. Put it back in the charger box.
To be honest, I forgot I had the mic on when it was like watching stuff, so it's just like, oh yeah, the sound effects just keep playing. It's really fun. I was laughing about that. Nobody
Knew what the heck you were talking about.
Hopefully I didn't accidentally swear a bunch.
I didn't hear any swears. OC tweaker.
What is random doing to this mic? Stop.
Between you and me, XCOM, because Anthracite left, I never messed with undervolting or anything like that before. I never really wanted to have to deal with all this nonsense. I'm just doing it mostly to entertain him. Or her. Can't gender people. Them. Can't gender people if you don't know. Tweaker, and then CPU SoC. Do I have that? No. It's like everything I look at has something different than what my BIOS shows. AMD overclocking, and then precision boost overdrive, advanced, PBO limits, manual. Someone did this before.
Just me and him. It's just him and himself.
I tried that and didn't like that. Performance.
Yes.
I'm gonna try 85.
I server muted it.
Server muted. What's that mean?
I don't know what it does.
Is it in that game? I have to set the voltage offset minus a few. Yeah.
Already quit server muting him.
Cure a symptom, not the main problem. Maybe. I don't really care about it one way or the other. I was doing it just to see if I could, because he mentioned trying it. But the problem, from what I can understand, is that the ASRock BIOS doesn't have the same verbiage as all the other BIOSes for the walkthroughs people are making. On top of that, every ASRock demonstration I've seen in like screenshots online, even in their own the BIOS, not the BIOS, the manual showed using that utility I had open in Windows, were all different than what I saw. So how are you supposed to follow instructions if what you see is different than what they got? The only thing I just added was 85 degrees Celsius temperature limit. You might be right about just turning down. No, I did not use the pre-applied thermal paste. My son kind of wanted me to, and I was like, I don't want to. So I asked people in chat what they thought. I had one person that said, take it off and use my stuff. But I don't like the idea of using the pre-applied because of potential risks.
You spelt fault wrong when you were singing it? Oh. He wrote the waveform and the waveform was spelled wrong.
No. No. It's so cold in here. I need to move the one heater out of the room anyway.
Aubrey is so emo.
Yep. Emo. Crying all the time. Well, the 85 limit worked. I kind of like that. Like, stop baking my CPU all the time. And I wrote down the score from earlier before doing that. So we'll see how much of the score I lost. Is that the CPU volts? That 1.33 SE right there?
Did what? Well, you can't. Oh.
Oh, I just remembered something. The volts going in the CPU. I remember what they do. They that controls and how that controls the in the end how many watts it's pulling and how many watts of heat it makes. Because it needs a certain amount of volts, and in order to do the process that you want it to do, and it has to be within a certain range. Too low, then the CPU crash. Too high, the CPU will crash. But on this CPU, or some CPUs, the default is a little high, and you're just trying to turn it down a tiny bit, and that's going to save you on watts, and save you on heat as well. Okay. What? That's my. Don't need that open. Yeah, like 220 watts from CPU or from the wall. Let me see my HW Info 64, because my autistic brain wouldn't let me see the thing you were telling me about earlier. See how many watts the CPU's pulling. When I was doing mining rigs, I was watching how many watts the whole machine was pulling by using a plug where you plug the computer in to the surge protector. The enhanced CPU drop down. That's what I would call it. Okay. Come on. Package power. I'm pulling 130 right now with 100% load. Tell me your thoughts. Yeah, it makes sense. And that's good to know. 5% performance with undervolt, because when I did GPU mining,
I swear my hitting range is good. You don't need to keep doing that.
you talking about me or them? Oh, Corey. What was I going to say? Some of the CPUs, or some of the GPUs you undervolted, and some of them you didn't. Yeah, I trust you. Shouldn't be more than 60. What is your CPU though? i5. Oh, it's AMD, so mine's AMD, so it'd be just doing it is different. And most of the videos I've seen in the past about doing this were Intel. 600K. Undervolting, by the way, isn't 12600K, Charlie? Isn't the 12600K one of the ones that isn't the 12600K one of the ones that may have degrading issues?
Yeah, it's like with the i5s, it's usually fine though, since the wattage they pull isn't that bad.
Right. Because that CPU might already have the
13600K and 14600K don't have blowing up issues.
Oh, only 13th and 14th gen, not 12th. Okay. But what my point was with those, some people, if their CPU was not degraded too much, they were getting a BIOS update that did what we're trying to do right now, which is just turn down the voltage a tiny bit. And one thing that most people don't know, you can tell me yes or no in chat. Watts is just amps times volts. When you multiply amps times volts, you get watts.
No.
Yes. Oh, he's talking to someone else in there.
I don't, but I really need to.
When you multiply amps by volts, you get watts, which is a unit of measurement for electrical power. So really, the watts is not telling you the whole picture, but it's trying to give you an idea of the whole picture. Because a good example is that
No, what happened to me today was my hands turned blue for some reason.
I lost my train of thought because my son's talking in the other room. USB charging is always 5 volts. So if it's a 20 amp charger, it's 20 times 5. It's 100 watts. Or if it's a 20 watt charger, then you can divide 20 by 5. It's going to be a 4 amp.
You really love being a Sigma. A Sigma. Sigma.
My watts have gone down. Oh, 14789. Where's my paper? Come here.
How do you download a car?
You want to download a car? I actually got a better score. Dude, I got a better score. I got a better score just by putting a temperature limit of 85 in BIOS. Better Cinebench score. Score before was 14553. Score after was 14789.
Percentage error.
Now I'm going to try what XCOM suggested, which is by just turning it down a tiny bit.
Get out, Pico. Trying to download a car.
What if I just did one? What do you think? Once or twice right there? Come on. Oh.
Methanol. Methanol.
You know. Yeah, Anthracite's right. The TDP is 105 watts.
Wait, is this a no? This is
Keyboard Samurai. Well, whatever. I'm gonna try turning this down just one spot. Hit apply. Computer didn't immediately crash. And we had 100 and... You know what I wish Hardware Info 64 had? Was to reset all these maximums.
look like that.
Like right click, reset maximums would be so... But we got 133 watts. You see how it says 133 watts, and he's not... Alright, you guys, get along. He's not trash talking at all. Let me see. I'm going to scroll up and see. No degrading on this, and no one in PC would use 4090 with... It's a bottleneck, but it doesn't matter. That just means you get less frames and stuff, and more dropped frames, and etc. Be nice in chat. You guys are both right, and you've both been helping me. You don't need to be mad at each other because you have different preferences and stuff. All right, 130 watts. And by the way, since it does have, what did he say? 105 watt TDP, thermal design power. And that's where a sustained high load is going to be on heat it generates, not on watts it pulls. But they're both measured in watts. Stop. Start.
I don't know how to drive an airplane in Demon G. It's over.
Man, I wish I had a 4090, but I would want a couple of things which I can't seem to find in one, which is 300 millimeters long, so it could fit in this chassis behind the push-pull fans I have over my hard drives. That's one of the things. Only 3 card height, slot height, because I have another slot that I need to have in there so it can breathe. And what's the other thing? The power port has to be on the side, not on the end.
Drift failure.
Because some GPUs have the power port on the end and it would interfere with my fans.
Echo, 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 echo.
Maybe I'll get a 4090 and throw it into one of my old, open air machines, like the mining rig. We're still running 133 watts. Of course, I only brought the thing down like 1 notch. V core voltage offset.
Before you despawn.
I wonder if that's the number we want. What do you guys think?
Get in.
You make a good point, XCOM, except that it has to have 2 bays for 5 1/4 drives. Those are my DVD burners. And at least 4 bays for hard drives that have push-pull air on them. Because hard drives get hot and I run them hard. I use like server grade hard drives that don't go to sleep because for different reasons. I got this case for that. Of course, I bought this case with all the things that I need back in 2016. I haven't looked at cases since then. I don't want to get rid of the case. You make a good point about getting another case, but if I did, considering all the things that I need in it and where the fans would have to be arranged, it would be a bigger case than that one. And this one is like already huge, super heavy, and I don't know if you saw this.
You didn't even say your whole sentence.
But
It's not funny.
it's got handles on the top so I can lift it and stuff. There's so much about this case. Let me see if I can show you. I gotta bring up OBS.
That was such a cool drift.
Got handles. See? You can lift the computer that way so I don't break my back. Starting to warm up in the kitchen now that I have the space heater in here. That makes more sense because it's CPUs tend to have a longer lifespan with user usage than GPUs.
Like random.
5 minutes.
I don't know, I'm using him.
Nobody's talking about. Okay.
Yeah, that's why your notes were.
But I changed PPT, TDC, and EDC to these numbers. He said 125, 80, and 100. And this other person who figured it out changed it to 95 watts, 60, 90. Who knows? I did the V core settles at. Is this even ASRock form? Oh.
Yeah, get the SUV thing and crash into the airplane.
And none of these people tell you what to put in there.
Good.
I tried 20. It did not boot. What is V-core voltage offset?
Why did the mirror fold out when I spawned in the car? Yeah, if you just keep I didn't even react to that. I just like that doesn't make sense.
I want. Wait. I think I want -1 millivolt offset. Likely to be negligible. How much undervolt Ryzen AMD Ryzen 5800X.
Why did I download a forklift?
Okay. is point, let me see, 10. Okay, we're going to try that after this. In 18 seconds.
My forklift.
Is my chat frozen? Because I bet you it is. I don't even have the, like, close the chat thing. There we go. Your 4090 got 150 millivolt undervolt. That's very close to what I had to do for the 3090 when I was mining with it.
This is so bouncy.
Which is why I have a 3090. I was getting like 120 mega hashes in Ethereum. But then it overheated because its memory is not as modern as the 4090 because it was on the backplate side. Hasn't it been 18 seconds yet? Is this frozen? I'm down at 21 watts, 22.
Not you.
From 1.050 to 0.9. Right, voltage is variable depending on load. Offset is just a fixed offset. Now that makes sense. I think this locked up. Are you going to give me a number? No, don't start again. 14982. I got an even better number that time.
Yeah, that's why I muted random. I don't care for random being random. Yeah, this mod is really well made.
Put that back to what it was. Change the offset to 10.
I'm gonna fall into the river now.
Cross my fingers that the computer does not crash.
Oh God, what happened?
I hit apply.
Yo.
Does this have voltage anywhere? Nope.
I'll do one better.
140
Ooh, what is that
watts.
background sound?
Is it just me or the watts? The watts went up.
Still going server maintenance.
What the heck?
Don't do your echoing thing either. Two negatives don't equal a negative. You're positive.
And this is running faster.
Ooh.
Well, the temps are, in this case,
This
What you just said made me realize something. The temperature is always going to be max, whatever I have the max is. So normal, the default was like 90. But in BIOS, I set the max to 85. And when you're running a process that's going to hammer every CPU core to the max until it gets throttled, if you, what would you say? The watts are going up because I've improved the performance. It's able to pull more watts now without generating as many watts of heat, if that makes sense. This would not be something that I would do if I wanted to do GPU mining, because unless the hash rate, which there's no hash rate to see here, the performance we're going to see at the end is a number here. If the number is not that much better, I would put it back and leave it alone, because you do not want to pull more watts. Like, oh, I'm getting 140 watts now. I was getting 130 before. And I would do math, which is watts per hash, and determine which is better. So in this case, the number we got earlier, 14553, no, that doesn't count, 14789. 14553 is what I got before I put the temperature limit down to 85. So 14789. And that was at 133 watts. So watts is the cost. So let's say, I remember, like, if I'm buying something in the grocery store and it's like 12 ounces at $1. Oops, I didn't put the 1. Then it would be $1 divided by 12. So now you get the cost per ounce. So 133 divided by 14789. 14789. And so if you're doing it based off of watts, you want less watts but a higher number here. But then if you get, this goes up to 140, this has to go up even more in proportion in order for it to be a net benefit, if that makes sense. But I heard on a couple of Jay's 2 Cents videos that the volts, if they're too high, will generate unnecessary heat. And here's another good point. I know I'm freezing in this room, so it's not ambient temperature affecting it. I brought in a heater. I actually have ambient temperature sensors on my PC. I can't see them right now. Let me go look. See what they say.
And mute random.
Let me see. We've got 36C inside on the SSD, and it's like 26 and 28 at the different places inside the case. I don't remember which one of these is. I have a sensor right at the front where the air comes in, and then another sensor behind the fans near the motherboard. Yeah, you're right, to the max temperature. less heat and get higher clock speeds. Yeah. If you undervolt it. As long, what your statement says is absolutely 100%. As long as it's getting enough voltage to do the operations. No, what you're correct is about all CPUs, even Intel. Because what you just said is a statement that I heard about Intel's. And then J2 Sense did a follow-up video and said it's all CPUs. Got 3 minutes left about. And we can check watts. We've gone down to 128, but the max is 141. So we can put 141 over here. Oh, it doesn't do that? Have you tried undervolting your Intel? Oh, I've never set max clock speed on any CPU. I don't care. I remember people being cranky and aggravated that some Intel CPUs were not unlocked so that you could overclock them. I'm like, I don't want to mess with all that stuff. I'm not into all that kind of tweaking. And I have a 1979 Nova right now. I own a 1979 Nova, but right now it's wrecked. I got to get it fixed. And even when I had the carburetor, the kind of tweaking I did on it was not to try to make it go fast. It was to try to make it idle smooth. I don't like that stuttering. Like, no, I want it to idle smooth. And when I hit it, I want it to go. But I don't want it to be able to beat a BMW or something. If it have a K, then it's unlocked. Yep, I remember that. Average 106. I wish I could do a start and a stop to get the average. That would be the better way to calculate this, is the average. And when I was doing mining, there was software that I used. I can't remember. Nano Miner. N-A-N-O. What's it called, Nano Miner? No, Nano Pool. That was the mining pool I was in. And the mining pool would give me reports via a graph. And I could get the average hash rate over time from the entire system. If I wanted to test one GPU, and I rarely did that because it wasn't profitable. If I have 12 GPUs, I want all 12 running. But you could have one in your system and leave it running for an hour, and then view your Nano Miner account, and then you could see how many watts that GPU was pulling over that hour. And it's like SMA. Something moving average. Oh, dang it. Now I want to know. Simple moving average. That's right. All right. Stop. 14,942. The cost is higher. See? The cost, the Cinebench per watt is higher this way. So I'm getting less performance per watt doing this.
It's a month. You can't look for it.
But whoa, look, it dropped to 45C. I haven't seen it that low in a while. Let's leave it there. You're right. That's only peak watts. It's not the average. It's not sustained. And I wish there was a way to reset it in Hardware Info 64. Like if I close it, let's see if I go back in. There is a way. Where's the enhanced one you taught me about? Jiminy Christmas. Be where I want you to be. Okay, closing and reopening it. And the average is this far right one. Bottom left corner. Or right. That closes it. The clock symbol. Okay. That'll be good because I do a lot of tests with VRAM usage with my AI stuff. And you and others have told me that you appreciate it. So I need to find that button.
Fire in the hole.
I wish the buttons had tooltips on them. Alright, I don't want to be maximized. Oh, it's like resized to be big. Dang it.
Language mod should not be doing that to you.
Start.
What?
Now we're going to get the average. Actually, no. If I do it now, there we go. Right? Now the average is at least is at 140 for now because it peaks right at the beginning.
Yeah, that's why I needed it.
Actually, I'm going to go take a restroom break. And I don't want to turn my mic off, so I'm going to do this. Need a power bank for my phone. Average is 134. That one's still charging. You mine crypto too. GPU only, no CPU. Okay. I don't tune voltages, but temperature reduction via replacing stock GPU fans. PWM fans is master slave really helps temps. GPU Z program. Well, I highly recommend if you don't know the logic behind it. I did a video on it a couple years ago, but you basically want to go into MSI Afterburner. If you're only doing one GPU, it's easier. And you nudge the operating frequency of the VRAM up 10 megahertz at a time until it crashes, and then you back it off. And some of them, it's so weird, some of them you push the CPU up, some of them you push it down, some of them you push the voltage up, and some of it you push the voltage down. But most of them, you only touch the VRAM. For all of them, some of them, you don't touch the VRAM either, or it'll crash, because the VRAM's already going fast. As fast as it can go for the hash rate in the algorithm. But that's where your money making is. And for the ones that you can undervolt them, you're looking at the hash per watt. You're trying to maximize the hash per watt. And that's why, I mean, I had figured out, I'm pat myself on the back here, but back in 2018, I think, I figured out before anybody made any videos about it. At the time, I didn't have a YouTube channel, but I figured out before there were any videos about it that the GTX 1060 had the best hash per watt calculation to make it the most profitable. CPU cooler fan speed. I think we have that metric to look at. Toss. There goes my pen and paper. Right here. Double check with my flashlight if I can find it. Here it is. I'm looking at the header names. So CPU fan 2 slash. Oh, so CPU 2 on there is the pump, and CPU fan 1 is the radiator fans. Yeah. Which is, okay. They're at a 1,100, see them right here. That's the pump, which is probably not really what it's really doing because it's not PWM, it's only one wire. This is the one with the two fans on the radiator. Yeah, I should. So we know now that I should crank it up for the next CPU fan 1. Oh, and I got a graph now. Two minutes and then we'll try that. Yeah, it doesn't sound right 1,000 RPM. Because it's 85 C and 85 is right here. Maybe because I have a splitter on it, does it divide? On a motherboard fan header that has PWM. If I use a PWM splitter and I have two fans connected, for the sensor for the RPM, if it says 1,000 RPM, does that mean the fans are doing 2,000 RPM? Now, $14,879. Wait, we're doing it over here. $879, and then 122 watts. Now we want to see, no, it's already doing 100%. What did you suggest before we check that? What if I hit apply here? And then check the temps. The temps are already dropped. So OC tweaker. Remove the offset. That's what I want to see. Did we improve the score that much? And we wait just a little bit like we did last time and hit the clock thing. Oh my god, thank you for showing me that clock thing. Because I like to do the average VRAM use so much. I know what you're talking about, the fan adapters. What those are is a resistor inside the heat shrink. For GPU VRAM, I set Windows Advanced settings. Slower speed, just configure it. Windows Advanced. Oh, XCOM. What Winston is talking about is what you're supposed to do when you're mining. It's so that the DAG can load into the VRAM of the GPU without there being a bottleneck. What he's talking about is cache memory, which I can show you, but I don't want to dox myself by showing you stuff. So do like this, and then this PC, right click on Windows, or this PC, hit properties, go to advanced system settings. Okay, now I'm in here. Now what you do in here, XCOM, is you go over to settings, performance. No, I used to do this all the time. Maybe I was here. Yeah, right here. There's your caching when your VRAM and your system RAM are full. It caches it to the SSD. There's an INI file like on the root of your drive. What you do is you take your total system memory plus your total system memory plus total VRAM connected to the entire computer, and then I found it good to add another like 4 to 8 gigs to that, and then uncheck this, hit custom, and put that number in both boxes. And that made it so that I got a little bit better hash rate by eliminating one of the bottlenecks. No, you don't do mining, but you might remember that menu. Did I not show it just now? Let me see. You might remember it in the case like if you're in an IT job and you're working on a server, or it might help with AI stuff, now that I think about it. Yeah, it should. It'll do the same thing. Let me see, F3. Make sure I'm showing it this time. performance settings, go over to advanced tab, hit change right here under virtual memory, uncheck this, and then hit custom size. And if you saw my, the paging file, it's also called cache memory. So let's say you need to load a bunch of different checkpoints into VRAM. You have it set to 800 gig? That's freaking huge. You don't need that much. You only need how much your system RAM is plus your VRAM plus a little bit more. Well, they said 800, but that doesn't make any sense because the GPU cannot read from that. Like if you're loading a checkpoint model, it can't read from that to do inference. It has to be in the VRAM. That's just a parking spot while it queues up. It's like at the front of a hospital when you have that spot where the ambulance drives up to the emergency room doors. That's your cache RAM, the load up there, and then your patient loads into the hospital. That's going into the VRAM. Okay, 64 plus 24. So that's 88 plus another 8, 96. That's all you need. That might be a fun A/B test for you to try. I need to make sure I did not actually do that for this machine. If I'm actually going to do it for my machine, then I'm going to calculate it. So far we've got 123 on this number. Yeah, well, that's a good point, offloading, but what I've noticed with Comfy is it has to load each one. Unless you have the workflow set up to offload and then unload one and then load another one and load another one, then how much of that model actually goes into VRAM, Caching latents to disk. I wonder if that uses the paging file or not, or if it just uses its own little file. You have 20 in one drive and 80 in another one. I know you may not have heard about this, but Samsung during almost said it, the human malware, when everybody got sick in 2020, they had an SSD where they got a lawsuit against them because their Pro version had the Evo version controller in it. It had the Pro version NAND, but the controller was the Evo version, and a lot of them were failing, and mine failed. And I kept trying to do the thing where you run disk check, and disk check kept failing to fix the paging file. And I was laughing. It was because I did so much mining on my GPU that I had in that machine, and I had a special script running to where if I was sitting and I was editing a video, it would stop mining. But as soon as I closed my video editor, it would start mining again. So the paging file got hammered and killed that spot on the SSD, and I had it RMA'd with Samsung. You would never buy a Samsung. That's the only Samsung drive I had a problem with, and it's because they used the wrong controller on it because of the chip shortage. and the logistics problems of 2020. Are we done yet? Cinebench? Yes, we are. Stop. 14,879. It's 14,879 again. At I swear it was 123. I looked at it earlier. 123 divided by 14,879. Yep, I'm slightly less watts with the undervolt, but with the same score. I'm doing that. I'm doing that. If this were the equivalent of mining, I would set this, I would write it in a config file for a script that I would run. Negative 10 millivolts, because yes, that works. Lexar drive now. 3,000, ooh. How much is that? Lexar, 239. Well, I don't think it'll last 1,000 years. All memory has an endurance. All read-writable memory has an endurance, even EEPROMs. You go past that endurance, you can't do it anymore. Just simple physics. What I would like to see, though, is what? They got Samsungs on here. I can't compare your SSD to mine. Oh, the BTUs. Okay. It has 3,000 BTW. So let's see what mine has. At least we could compare that since you know your number. .980 Pro. Does this have BTU on here? Nope. Samsung 980 Pro, 1 terabyte. SSD BTU. Shut up. That is not in English. I want English. This is 9,000 right here. And yours is 3,000. Of course, that's Samsung saying it. Oh, come on. Really? You're gonna make it so I can't even see? Close. 3 screens I have to go through to decline cookies. Why is the page scrolling all the way down instead of showing me what the BTU is? And why is it in another language? I'm not running a VPN right now. Was it Google Translate bugged out and changed it to Turkish? Yep, that's what happened. It couldn't be translated. Okay. English. Samsung.com. What the frick? Close enough. Yeah, lol, can't get to it. Okay, let's try this. Specs. Enough with the pop-ups. Specifications. Capacity, form factor, sequential, view more. You might be right. Oh, wait. Sequential read, sequential. Why I say that is if usually when a specification is not advertised, it's not good. They were really good with their warranty though when it failed. Turkish. Whatever language that is. What are these numbers? Because it says 9,000 BTU there in the Google search result. I go to the page, hit Control F, and a BTU, and there's nothing. Maybe I have to figure out where the specs button is. Oh, this is there a little discus. Aha. Nope. There's no BTU on the page. It's way down here and it won't even highlight it. Don't you hate it when you go to like Control F a page and the page just scrolls to the very end and nothing's highlighted? Like, what am I looking at here? Yeah, I'll try to hide the specs. Well, if you're into hard drives, if you're curious, I found one that's got better specs. If I go to my orders, well, I better not show something. I'm going to bring it up so you don't see my order numbers. I've got a few 4 terabytes of this model, and I just bought my second 12 terabyte. Because this one on its page has a specification that it's for the first time I ever saw it was not UREs, RTB, runtime, RTBF, runtime between failure. And it's kind of like your SSD, where they're showing a specification that other SSDs don't want to advertise because they know they can't compete. Show it. Oh, it's 600? Okay, I believe you. I'm actually kind of Lexar. How much is a 2 terabyte? And is it PCI 4? Yeah, it's PCI 4. XCOM in stream told me this has 3000 BTU, which is endurance, versus the Samsung 980 Pro only has 600. As you can see, my C drive's getting full, so I've been looking at 2 terabyte hard SSDs. TBW, total bytes. Thank you. BTU equals TBW total. To be determined. No, TBW. Total bytes written. Yeah, 600. You found it. Is that in the specs tab? Five-year or 1200 TBW. That's the warranty. So let's see. Lexar 2 terabyte NM 790. Let's go to Lexar's website. Specs. Same warranty. I got an ad. I can't see what you're saying. Yeah, I switched it to 2 terabytes. 2 terabytes is 1,500. So 1,500 is what they're claiming, and the 1,200. What they're saying on their warranty here is if you get beyond 1,200 TBW, it's not, they don't cover it under warranty anymore. It might be able to do 1,500, but this one just says generally. This is the term that I found on that gold hard drive I was showing you. Mean time between failures. Let's see if I can find that specs for that drive again. No. Oh, I already had it up there. MTBF. I don't want to sign up for your emails. I want to click here. 2.5 million hours. And this one has 1.5. Mean time between failures. Now, I bet you the Samsung does not advertise its MTBF. MTBF. 1.5 million. It's the same. So it's the same on that spec. It's a pretty good number. You only show this number if you want people to see it. Because the first time I ever saw MTBF was on this drive. Well, the 4 terabyte one. I got a few of the 4 terabyte ones. Now, what do you use for all your models? Your AI models? That's a question, XCOM. What do you use for your hard drive? What's the capacity anyway? Because I had to upgrade my AI drive on this rig to 12 this week. This recently. Not HD, this one. Because my AI stuff folder. Make sure my chat's not frozen. 4 terabyte Lexar. Oh, they make hard drives too? You know what? Why they're not an SSD user benchmark is maybe they just been making drives for a little while. When did Lexar start making hard drives? And are they server class stuff? That's NAS. That's a 20 terabyte for 341. Can't really like apples to apples compare prices because this is really upper class server grade. So NAS stuff. The Ultra, no, that's a Western Digital. $3 billion, 3 million or whatever. MTBF. Oh wait, you're talking about the total bytes written. 4 terabyte Lexar hard drive. So how many years have you been running Lexar? I had to quit doing Western Digital hard drives for a while because they got bad. And then they're starting to get good again. But Western Digital was the best for the longest time. Is it external? Is your hard drive external? Oh, you're using a 4 terabyte SSD. Okay. Well, as you can see right here, the price. What are we looking at? It's not doing the layout correctly. 4 terabyte Lexar M.2 SSD. Do the correct layout. Thank you. Stop! I said 4 terabyte. Why you no showing? It's on sale for $254. So you save $100. But you've got a lot of total bytes written in endurance, a lot of endurance there. But hard drives, typically, I can't wait. I look forward to the day when SSDs are price parity with hard drives. For capacity, that is. Capacity and endurance. No, that's not a hard drive. That's a hard drive. That's a 4 terabyte. Let me look that up since you gave me a model number. NM. The Nevermind 790. 790. Yeah. Which is, can't tell. They don't have the model number there. But I'm going to show you something before I end the stream. Turn the light on here. This is part of the reason why I'm still running this case. With the light on here, why can't we see anything? Turn this light on. Oh, because I have the exposure all wonky boo. Where's my keyboard? Let's fix the exposure on this webcam so I can show you what I'm talking about. The front of the case has fans, and these hard drive cages also have fan mount on this side. So I'm doing push-pull over my hard drives to make sure they don't overheat. And I'm not hammering them right now, but I can feel them going because I have the properties windows open for the D drive. And I got little blue tape there telling me which drive is which. But that way to make your drives last longer. That's why I need this case. And I only have 3 millimeters of clearance for the GPU from the back of the case to right about there is 300. No DRAM cache? What? I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, SSDs are like that. A million small files, you're like, ah. There's my cooler, and it's all its RGBness, which I have to mess with later in IQ. Or, let's see right now. Cancel. IQ. I have IQ open. Go to dashboard. Maybe. It's being weird. Probably because ASRock thing is open. Nope. I'll mess with that later. I'm trying to see it's doing RGB puke. I don't like that. I like it to... I wish I could show you guys. Where I could cycle through the colors I like. And it lets you... And I've never seen any other RGB software do it except for IQ. But when I remote in, it doesn't let me see the thing. Oh well. But it's like a box, and you could put a dot representing a point in time, and then you choose the color for that point in time. And then you have like a graph, a little box. And I have like red here, blue in the middle, and red on the other end. And it goes through all the purple and fuchsia and magenta colors and everything. So those are my colors. Yeah, I'm not putting a rat outside the case. I know what you're talking about. I've seen some 4090s that are the right length, but then they're too thick. They're like this, and I need to go find my Elgato card and stick it in here. I don't know where it is. I'll go walk in the other room for like a second. I'm not going to spend much more time streaming unless I can find my Elgato. I was looking for it before the stream. Couldn't find it. It was upsetting. I know I had it with something else that I needed to do, and I stacked them together somewhere. I don't even remember what room I did that in. But I've done so many things this past week. Freaking A. And what's going to be a pain in the butt is hooking that computer back up with all the bajillion cables I have going into the back of it. I'm not seeing it. And it was in a hard drive box. I recognized the box it came in as a hard drive box. Like when you buy an OEM hard drive. The person put it in a static bag and put it inside an OEM hard drive box. Oh well. I think that's about it for the stream. Yeah, that's a 3090. And if you didn't know, the 3090's biggest weakness is that half of the VRAM is on the back plate. So the VRAM will go to like 110C under some workloads. And I'll stick like a fan on top of it. I have a mod I want to put on it. I can show you that real quick before I end the stream. If I could. Well, that's what I have with the Elgato, wherever the frick I put it, is that mod for that. Don't tell me I've lost them to time until I find them in my house, my tiny house full of a billion things, a billion projects that are all simultaneous, always going on. It's in a white box. It's skinny. Maybe I stuck them in the closet. I don't see it immediately. If I stuck it anywhere, it would be somewhere where I could see it real easily. All right, I'm going back to the kitchen to just describe it. All right, what it is a heat sink that should fit behind the RAM and go all the way back. And it comes with bungee cords, so you can bungee it around the GPU. And it has a thermal pad that comes underneath the heatsink, so you can put it right against this back plate. Because all the VRAM is over here, around the GPU core, because it has to be close to it, because the traces have to be short. Otherwise, the voltage would be too high, and we talked all about that today. And it has 2 fans in it. And I want to do like A/B tests, like run some stable diffusion workloads, and maybe like Koya training. Write down the temps, the average temps. Thank you. I finally know how to reset the average numbers in Hardware Info 64. That's something that was making me not want to do it yet. I know now how to do that. That's something I needed. I want to do it normal, and I want to do it with that, and I want to change the thermal pads that are inside, the ones that are behind the PCB in the backplate. And then do it again with that cooler on it. So I'll have four sets. So like stock is going to be one test, stock with the heatsink thing, and then change thermal pads, and then change thermal pads with the heatsink thing, and make a video on that. Let me see if I can find that in my Amazon order history. Bend the back plate a bit inward, arc, to give more pressure around the core. Oh, yeah, okay. Let me see. I don't want you to I don't want to dox my order number, so let's say heat sink. No, maybe it was my old Amazon account. I had to quit using my old Amazon account because they screwed up all my stuff, deleted all my reviews. Okay, orders. I can't leave reviews on it anymore. Heat sink. No? Cooler. No. Oh, here it is. Found it. Found it. I get to show you. This thing. Those grooves along the top are for the bungee things to hold it down. And you can see how it's got a thermal pad and 2 fans. 1.2 millimeter, 7 watt. I can't remember the good watts per Kelvin. There's an example of the bungee thing holding it down. Go down to the reviews. Right click I. And that's what that looks like. Water block became active backplate. I think I saw that. GPU active backplate. EK. Yeah, where the only thing you have to the only thing you have to change on the GPU is the backplate, am I right? And it's a water block with the plumbing for you to put stuff in it. That would be cool. Yeah, they're expensive. 152 bucks. Well, it's been fun hanging out with you. The last few hours of the stream were just to entertain you and the other guy you weren't getting along with, but I was just doing it to entertain you guys because I don't really care about overclocking the CPU or undervolting. But I'm going to leave the negative 10 millivolt undervolting with the 85. The main reason I did it, even though I don't care about it, is because if you and the other guy care about it, that must mean it means something to you guys. And you two had different things that you cared about in the stream. And it's not like, oh, I have two children, I have to make sure I give them both attention. No, I needed to see the value in what you were both bringing. And I see the value of what he was bringing to undervolt. And he didn't see the value in what you were saying as much as I did about watching the watts. Because I dropped 1 watt. I dropped 1 watt on average by doing the undervolt, which is interesting to me. Very interesting. Well, some people are defensive. I'm like this too. And when I realize this as an adult, and my focus is crazy on the camera, but I don't care. As an adult, that people are defensive and sometimes get arrogant about their point of view. So I just shut up. And it's hard to get them to come out of it. 2 weeks ago, I had to kick somebody out of my Discord because they used the gaming channel to announce that a particular game was on sale on Steam. And I wasn't at my PC, so clicking the link wasn't working for me. I was on my phone. And I'm like, clicking the link doesn't work for me. I don't have Steam on my phone. He said, can you tell me how to get there? And we went back and forth like for 2 hours, and he would not tell me how to get there. He just kept telling me the link. I'm like, the link doesn't work for me. And then I was like, oh, hold on, I gotta go tell him in the DM. And so I told him to DM, we can't do infighting. By the way, we can talk about it in here inside of the DM, but I have to delete our conversation out of the artwork channel because out of the gaming channel, because we talking about the game, not talking about how to do it. And he unfriended me. He unfriended me so I couldn't DM him anymore. I'm like, what? And part of that is that I'm autistic. I need, like I told you earlier, I need specifically told what something is. If you tell me one part, my eyes will go right past it. Oh yeah, because the watts would be ridiculous if the mounting issue was bad. Except that this mounting solution is amazing. I like it a lot better. And I'm super careful with mounting stuff for two reasons. It's because I was raised how to do maintenance on cars, and knowing crisscross patterns, like when you take your wheel off and put it back on. My dad taught me this method where to take the wheel off, while the car is still down on the ground, you loosen all the bolts just enough to where they broke where they're stuck. And you lift the car up to where the tire still has pressure on the ground. It doesn't want to turn. And then you loosen them a bunch some more. And then you lift it up all the way and you take it off. And when you put it back on, you do it the same. But when you're loosening and when you're putting it on, there's 5 bolts. And you do like this. You skip. So there's mounting. You go this one, this one, this one, this one, that one, so that the mounting pressure is even. And then when I was learning about how to do computers, it was long before YouTube. And I didn't build one. I had someone build it for me because I had that anxiety of messing it up. That was in the year 2002. But then I built one in 2004, and there still were not videos on it. And I was conscious of that. Wait, this has to be mounted. So I was doing crisscross with the 4. I'd go like this, and then like that. And when I put this on, I don't know if you noticed, I was doing that too. I was doing it just like when I'm putting the wheel on a car. I do a little bit until they're all basically to that tightness. It's like walking it back and forth until it's all the way down. The other thing I learned about working on cars is that you have to know what kind of material both the bolt and the metal you're going into is. If it's steel to steel, you can go until you can't turn it anymore. If it's like copper or aluminum, don't do that. You do it till it like just starts to bite and then you stop. Otherwise you'll strip the threads. That was a lot of talking about mounting pressure. But I like hanging out and talking to people, so. Now I have to find the Elgato because I'm almost done playing Final Fantasy 16 and I want to play Gran Turismo 7, which is only on the PlayStation 4. Oh, come on. And let me see. Right now I've got my discrete sound card. I had to take the metal cage off of it, which is like a EM shield, because it wouldn't install with this heatsink they have on top of the SSDs on this motherboard. You were the one telling me, yeah, I remember it was you on the last stream telling me about the M.2 mounting screw being a certain way because of that. Well, I've got the sound card is 2 cards. This one doesn't plug into the motherboard, but I need that for different inputs. And this is a USB card, which I was thinking that I could move up here since it's super small. It only covers like half of this second fan, because the Elgato is like long like this. I don't want to cover the fan of the GPU. So I'll have that open slot to put the Elgato into. If you have any thoughts about that, you can tell me. I got the USB card because this motherboard only has one USB 3 header, and my last one had 2. I'm already like populating all of it when I use it when the computer's in the room. Sometimes you have to retighten them after a month because the metal will settle and lose some of the pringiness. You never used any add-on cards? Well, discrete sound card is for my music editing mostly. And if you play games or listen to music on your computer, it'll dramatically reduce the amount of the technical term, it'll lower the noise floor. What's that? So if you ever record with a microphone, you're going to hear a certain amount of background noise, like And like there's a way to lower it, like on my mic here. If I go to filters, I lower my noise floor with this a lot. It's just limiting. There's no noise reduction, but it's limiting stuff. And since it has its own processor to process sound and its own DAC, which that digital to analog conversion, because it has to convert the sound going out to your headphones to analog, and it's got its own CPU on it. So one of the things that when I was editing music that was really annoying would be that sound processing going through this, you could hear me moving the mouse in my music. You would hear then I got a discrete sound card that went away. So that's what that's for. My server computer, I think I talked about it last time, in the living room has a RAID controller. We talked about RAID. So that's what's in there. But they are very, very niche, their purpose. GPUs used to be niche, very, very niche. But now GPUs do a bunch of other stuff. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Yeah, it depends on the motherboard also. I've also seen some motherboards where they have like a copper metal thing going around the bottom left corner, like down here. So here's your memory, here's your CPU, here's your PCI slots, and then down here like there's this corner with a copper line sticking out like a wall. If you were to imagine the motherboard being the ground and all the little components standing on it like being houses, like this big wall of copper, and that's the sound portion of the motherboard, and it reduces its sum. But if you are with like an audio file and you were to listen to all your favorite songs on a motherboard and then install this sound card and then listen to those same songs again, it's like whoa. It's like you're floating in the clouds and there's rainbows and unicorns and crap. That's that much better. And when you're recording, for what you to record it to have as low of a noise floor as possible. And another thing I'll do, if I could find it real quick, I'll show it to you. It's a ground loop isolator that I made. Whenever I'm recording music, I plug this in. Yeah, I'm on the right camera. See that? There's an outlet. And what I've done here is made it so that anything plugged into the same circuit, it's not necessarily the same room. It's like on the breaker. Anything else on that breaker, the ground can add noise to everything coming into my computer. Everything, including my guitar. And this eliminates that. Ground can only go in one direction, that way, not this way. The problem with electricity is it's kind of like water, where it wants to go downhill the easiest path possible, except that electricity goes everywhere. The easiest path possible gets just most of it. You play guitar also? Oh, cool. And then you've got a few, not a whole bunch, a few videos on my channel to discover. And if you ever see me stream messing with guitar pedals that are like kits, join. Because I like to mod them. I have like a King of Tone clone that what I did was, and this is made by Stumac, makes this kit. It's called the Two Kings. And what I did was I looked at what kind of diodes and resistors that Analog Man actually puts in the King of Tone, because he uses carbon film resistors, not metal film. Metal film is the most modern. You go back a couple decades, it's carbon film. You go back even farther, it's carbon composite. And what I did, since the King of Tone is two overdrive circuits next to each other, right? What I did was, on one side I put all the resistors and clipping diodes that he uses, and then on the other side I kept it stock with the Stumac kit. The second thing I did was, inside of the King of Tone, there's 4 dip switches, because if 2 dip switches to each side, if you have them off from one side, then it's a boost pedal. If you turn one of the dip switches on, it becomes overdrive, and you turn the other one on, it becomes a distortion. So you can have overdrive and distortion if you want. So instead of having dip switches, I made them external toggle switches. And a mod that Analog Man does per order when you buy it is that you can have more or less gain. Stumac figured that out and said, you just change these 2 resistors values. So I had also 2 toggles for that, to change the resistor values for the gain. And the other thing I did was that there are internal trim pots for presence. And you've played with guitar pedals and you know what presence is. And I made those external. All of these mods together, this thing kept cutting out. Something inside is not working. So I bought another one. Hopefully, I want to figure out how to put it in a slightly bigger enclosure so I can get all the things pulled apart from each other. And hopefully that will solve my problems. You don't have many pedals. You like to use Guitar Rig. Are you talking about the Waves plug-in Guitar Rig? I have that. I didn't buy a whole bunch for it, but I like when I have a recording and I want to put a guitar in my brain, I know what guitar pedals I would put on it. I use Guitar Rig. Let's see if we're talking about the same thing. Or they call it, oh, they call it GTR3. That's what I have. Guitar Rig. Oh, Native Instruments, okay. I'll tell you right now, there are some things that you will not ever realize you were missing until you hear them. That will never ever happen on a PC or a computer, any computer at all, because of how the behavior of the analog nature, like a fuzz circuit. So a fuzz circuit will never ever exist in a computer unless they make a special card, add-on card, to put in your computer to do it. But even at that, it wouldn't sound the same because of the circuit of going through your motherboard. So you have what's called a transistor, and it has 3 legs. And how it works is you have a base, an emitter, and a collector. And I think the collector is where you put whatever sound the guitar signal through. But then you amplify it. So you have an in and out. So your guitar signal goes in and it goes out. And then you have a way to amplify it. So its main purpose is to amplify a signal and give it more voltage. And transistors are what make your CPU work in the computer. when you're controlling the voltage going into a transistor, you're controlling what comes out, how much comes out the other side. So all guitar pedals were designed using, until recent years, designed using existing circuit components that people could find, and they were trying to achieve certain sounds. And 99% of the time, they achieved a different sound on accident, but there was a musician that liked it. And it was the same thing. They back the fuzz pedal. It was Jimi Hendrix. They were trying to make a thing to simulate the sound of a horn. So weird, right? For one musician, Jimi Hendrix heard it and wanted it. They made it into a pedal, and he would give them feedback back and forth until they got to the circuit of the fuzz face. But what they do is they give it more power than is supposed to go through that transistor, and it clips. You should know what clipping is, as being a musician, is when your sound goes above 0 decibels and it clips off. But since a transistor is analog, it makes a pleasing sound to the ear. I know you can download lots of presets in the pros. I've heard about it where you have musicians that make presets in it. Like, if I were to tell anybody if they are only ever going to get one pedal, it would be a compressor. Of course, you probably already got a good compressor in there. And a practice amp. I got a practice amp. It took me forever to be convinced to get one. Someone gave me one, then I used it, and I'm like, whoa, this is way different than going through all those things in the computer. But that sound card, like I was showing you, how it's got two parts, the main part and what's called the daughter board, it's because I need line in. I use line in. I won't use... Do you use, what's that thing? An interface, where you plug your guitar into it and then it has USB to go to your computer? I don't use that because USB has latency. I need the latency to be so short that I'm listening to the track in my editing software and my guitar playing matches. If the latency is there, I can't play. It's crazy, I can't. So I use a mixer and put my guitar into that on my pedal chain out into that, and then have just like RCA cables. I know that's not the right term, but those go into the line into my sound card. Well, maybe not for you, but I could feel it. It's... When I started playing guitar, I just had the acoustic, and I put a microphone to it. And then I bought an acoustic electric so that I can record, because I wanted to do what you're doing, right? I did not trust USB because of latency, because I don't remember why. But then I already had a sound card with... That's the reason why I got a mixer. I already had a sound card because it was before that, on my previous album, that I needed to drop the noise floor. And the sound card did that for me. So on the next, when I was starting to play guitar, someone bought me an acoustic guitar for my birthday, and then I got an acoustic electric so that I could find a way to plug that in to the sound card, and I ended up getting like a $60 Behringer mixer. And then I didn't even learn about interfaces until later. No, the mouse doesn't have latency, but it's not sending an audio signal. And a digital one, you know? A digital audio signal, and then so your interface has an AAC in it. It's the opposite of a DAC. It's an analog to digital converter. So that's going to have latency no matter what you do. Even at the smallest amount, if you you might not have heard about this, but people that have digital guitar pedals have problems with phase issues, where your amp will sound terrible if you hook it up a certain way. And that's because of converting your analog signal from your guitar into digital has latency, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I play with digital pedals all the time, mixed with analog pedals. I love the sound. But the current mixer I'm using has USB on it, and I tried it, and the latency it added was like, ah. But to be honest, I've never actually tried an interface with USB. I've only done mixer with USB. Yes, and your mouse has latency, but it's only sending tiny signals. Anyways, I need to go to bed. XCOM person. Maybe we can help each other on our music, critique and stuff, and give each other ideas. We can do that too. I need people to do that. It's one of the reasons why I quit working on my music, because I don't have that kind of input right now. Talk to me later, definitely. Which do you have? Do you have Instagram, Facebook, Discord, Twitter? I don't try to DM me on Twitter. I won't read it for months. What guitar do I have? Discord. Let me get my Discord invite. We can talk on DMs on there. I have a few guitars. We can put that. When I was trying to find different sounds. I don't have, there's my disc. Oh, hidden use copy button. I used the copy button. I'm trying to get my Discord invite. Invite people. Copy. What if I go to my Discord on the other computer? I'll tell you what guitars I have in a minute. Okay, here we go. Dang it. There we go. All right, I don't have the first guitar that someone gave me. The acoustic electric I got after that was called a Stag. It's not the full one, slightly smaller. And then the next one I got was a Fender Teleacoustic, and it broke and I fixed it. And then I got a Washburn WI-14, which is like a Les Paul copy, and that thing's heavy, with two humbuckers in it. And then a bass guitar that ended up selling. I currently have a active PJ bass I really like. It's a Fender, and someone gave me a baritone. That one's fun. And someone gave me, in lieu of rent, a Stratocaster, Fender Squier Strat. and I had to change the pickups in it, the bridge, and the tuners because of how cheap it was. It's not like the modern Chinese Squires are good. No, this is a Chinese Squire from the 90s. It's a piece of junk. Wouldn't mind getting another one, but I don't want to spend money on a guitar, you know. But I play it a lot. But my acoustic one, I play it so much that it needs new frets. Sometime I need to do a stream where I've got a camera like this in my bedroom so I can show you all the guitars. And the reason why I ended up getting that bass is because someone lent me their bass and it was a PJ, you know what I mean? And I really liked being able to switch between the precision or the jazz pickups or blend them. And then I saw one that I really wanted because it was beautiful, and someone bought it for me for my birthday. And when I got it, I'm like, why is there so much gain? And I realized, oh, it's because there's this battery they make you put in it. It's an active pickup. I'm like, that's good, because the way I like to play is bass, that is, through a, and you'll never have this feature on a computer, ever. Only in a pedal. And it is a synth-based pedal. Let me show you this pedal. It's a clone of a Boss. So I have the Behringer clone. Synth bass pedal. And you can't even find these anymore. Oh, here's one. There's one on Reverb. It's a clone of a Boss pedal. I also have the Boss, so I could like A/B them in case I need something. What this does is it hears what note you're playing on the bass, and it plays a synth at the same note. And so you get glitches when you like glee or slide or switch between one string and the other, and you don't mute right away. So you like have a delayed mute on the first string you're playing, and you're just playing on the second. It'll go like, it'll jump and glitch. And you have your clean dry mixes between these two pedals. So you have clean on this knob, and wet, or so your dry and your wet signal. And these are like your synthesizer controls. And I play that. And when I got the PJ bass that was active, it actually made the responsiveness of this better, because I used to have to use a compressor and boost it a lot. And then the pedal I like to put after that is a fuzz. So imagine a synth sound that is like 50-50 clean bass with 50 synth bass, and then put through a fuzz, so you don't hear that distinction anymore. You just hear like this synthy noise that still has enough clarity in the bass tones. Anyways, I need to get to sleep. Oh, I've been a someday. I want the one that Steve Vai plays that has 23 frets for my songs that go way up on the neck. But I also want a PRS. And the reason is I thought PRS were pretty. I'm like, okay, but I don't necessarily need a PRS, until I heard Paul Reed Smith explaining on that pedal show that he engineers precisely the bridge to be at a certain angle and the action all the way along the neck, so that you don't have piercing highs on the high strings and you don't have dull notes on the low strings. Because when I first got into electric guitars, I was having problems with that. I ended up finding a mix of medium to low gauge strings. They were medium on the high notes, but low on the low notes. So they were thinner than normal for the low notes, and they were thicker than normal for the high strings. And then they quit making them. Yep, 20. There's a 24 and there's a 23. Did you see that crazy guitar that Steve Vai played? That he had Ibanez play? Ibanez AZ24. Yeah, all my guitars are super cheap. Super duper cheap. Shut up. I'll show you another. I can't see. Whatever. Deny cookies. Let me see this guitar. I want to show you. Oh yeah, you get the. Do you use the whammy? I like to play with the whammy to put a little sexiness on the notes. Let's see if I'm logged into my. Come on, brain. I'm so tired right now. I want to show you a guitar that I want to get, but I don't have. Sweetwater. Nope, I haven't even been to Sweetwater on that browser. There we go. Oh, I'm not logged in there? Dang it. Let's try this computer. Show you a couple guitars I want that are on here. Sweetwater wish list. I want this one. Nylon acoustic electric for certain songs. Because one of my albums, one of my songs, the lead sound was a harp. And I thought, you know, nylon guitar would be great. Is this the one here? Yeah. Okay. The Tim Henson is one of these guys that plays the guitar really, really fast. Look at that inlay. Look at the headstock. That's an Ibanez. This is the first Ibanez that I saw that I fell in love with that I want to buy. And I love how this is set up too. The tuner. And the battery is over here instead of over on the tuner like my one that broke. And then I want this, the Ed O'Brien. They're both signature guitars, coincidentally. And this guy is the guy from the band Radiohead. And he had them make this for him. And it has a built-in sustainer. So what a sustainer is under the pickup. Not only that, look at mini humbucker for that pickup, single coil for that one, and then that's a sustainer. That top pickup is a sustainer. It has an electromagnet in it that whenever a string vibrates above it, the electromagnet keeps the string vibrating until you mute it. So you can have this sustain go on indefinitely. And I looked up the parts that are inside of it. They don't have pictures of it here. But you don't have volume, tone. Yeah, you do. There's a switch there to control, a couple switches here to control the settings on it. Okay, so what I was thinking of is that before this guitar came out, they had other guitars that people modded or whatever, and they would change one of these knobs, and it had like a billion positions and settings on it. All right, I need to go. We've been chatting for so long. Close that out. Close all this stuff out. Okay, forgot to check it that you tried to add me on Discord. I'm checking that first. Close that program. Go to the general. Neo Vision AI, that's XCOM. Okay. And then need to go to your page. Add friend. Alright, DM me later, alright? Yeah, DM me later. We can talk about whatever. If I don't respond right away, then don't take it personally. I'm autistic and I'm a busy man. And sometimes if you get really excited and like send me a whole bunch of messages, I'll go silent for a couple days, and it's not because of you, it's just because of I get overwhelmed. All right. Good night. I'll talk to you later.